Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening and welcome to the show on this wonderful Saturday. Yes, we're here this evening live. I'm your host, SOK, and tonight, as usual, we're joined by my beautiful co-host, Frauditor News Network. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. And our very, very special guest tonight is the one, the only Tones Overthinks It. Yes. Yes, that's right. We're going to have a great time, lots of fun, including an appearance by our correspondent, Radical Brittany. Yes, the lovely Radical Brittany will talk about our butterbrain douche canoe of the day. And once again, our show tonight is sponsored by Uncle Arty's Bar and Grill of Stupidity. Yes, that's right. So sit back, relax, grab some snacks, and enjoy the show. Hello, everybody. How y'all doing on this wonderful Saturday afternoon? Glad to see so many beautiful people here today. As always, thank you for joining us on this Saturday show. A lot of stuff's been going on, this week in with the Frauditor news. Well, first of all, yesterday was St. Patrick's Day. And that always works out pretty good. They had their global search for a leprechaun. And I heard that they actually found one. Yeah, they found one in Louisiana. And we're a live show, ladies and gentlemen, and I already blew that joke. Hold on. Wait, dagnabbit. I'm sorry. This is what happens with technical difficulties. Technical difficulties on my end. Boy, that turned out horrible. Okay, so here we go. Let's try this one more time. Take two. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday was St. Patrick's Day, and that. Oh my goodness gracious me! Right. Yesterday was St. Patrick's Day, and they had the global search for a leprechaun was in full effect. And they finally found him. He was in Louisiana. Here's a picture of him with his son. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. That's good stuff. Stupid. I'm sorry. It's just Amagansett Press drives me nuts. But, anyway, in other news, a seaweed blob twice the width of the United States is on its way to Florida right now. For real. And scientists are saying the issue is that once it hits the beaches, its rotten egg scented fumes are going to be dangerous. Yeah. Local authorities are calling it the Glen Serio situation. Yes. And Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon signed a bill on Friday prohibiting abortion pills. To which Broken System, Broken Trust's mom said, "Man, I wish I knew they had pills for that years ago." Yes. And earlier this week, former President Donald Trump claimed in a social media post that he's going to be arrested next week. To which Chili DeCastro said, "Hold my beer." All right. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you guys for joining us once again and say hello to our guests. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the wonderful and beautiful Frauditor News Network.
Hello.
And our special guest, the one and only Tones Overthinks It.
Yeah. All right.
What's up, everybody?
Hello. So, how you doing, Tones? What's up?
I'm doing fantastic. Although my throat's starting to feel a little scratchy, so God willing, I am not getting sick. Weather's been a little crazy out here in California.
Oh no. Well, it's good to have you here. I see you got Fezzington there with you, and so
Fez.
Oh,
yeah.
I know. Yeah, I got it. I need to work on a Fez for Prez shirt.
I want one.
So but
I would really buy one. Seriously.
I'll see if I can put one together.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Hezekiah, speaking of jokes, as I said, the weather out here is a little strange, but the good news is it's a little less chilly.
Cute.
Yes.
Yeah, he's in Nevada, so good riddance to that.
Love it. So just in case there is anyone here that isn't familiar with you, you want to introduce your channel? You got anything to plug or?
Well, I'm Tones Over Things. I think too much to make up for all the people who don't think at all. And my trusty robot sidekick Fezzington and I are here to explore and overthink the dummies and the obscure out there. We talk about soft, we talk about frauditors, and recently I've started expanding into other random topics just because.
Yes, indeed. And I've actually been enjoying a lot of your work lately. I always enjoyed your videos, love them. And we're going to start the show with a couple examples. One of my favorites, the first one I want to play is, ladies and gentlemen, Tones actually invented a Venn diagram to explain the frauditors. And no, I don't like this video just because he mentions me in it.
I mean, to be fair, you were the inspiration. When you created the frauditor iceberg, I thought to myself, okay, is there any other way to categorize them? Because they're always shifting, so like iceberg shifts too, but yeah, they're always shifting where they are, and they also are not the same. So it's like, what can I create? And that's what it hit me of, okay, I'll take the 4 core qualities that most frauditors share, and then where they overlap, create new ones.
There you go. And I think you did a great job. And I've
Yep,
already seen
I agree.
people talk about it. Go ahead, hon.
I know. I just said I agree. I love that video.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, we're about to watch it, share it with the audience. So
Woo!
get ready, everybody, to
Woo!
watch Tones Overthinks It video about the frauditor Venn diagram.
Yay!
All right, and here we go. Here we go. Oh, come on, computer. What is wrong with you? Ladies and gentlemen, it's live. What are you going to do?
Technical difficulty.
Technology, dagnabbit.
The technical difficulties. Is Arty here?
Yeah, right. Oh, you know what the problem was? Since you're Tones and it's Tones, I was clicking on the wrong Tones.
Oh, Toneception. Sorry.
Oh my gosh, that's funny.
Here we go.
What's up, everybody? Tones here. Just a quick reminder after the video, be sure to visit our website at www.tonesoverthings.com and check out some of our exclusive channel merch. Links in the description. Enjoy the video. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Tones Overthinks It, the show where I think too much to make up for the people who don't think at all. For a time, I've considered the possibility of categorizing frauditors, perhaps arranging them into tiers depending on the type of person they are and the actions they perform. However, this proved difficult as there is no real way to judge which frauditor is the worst, as with every passing week they seem to be one-upping one another or changing tactics. So attempting to organize them into a hierarchy or some kind of rating system is not easy. However, I do give credit to HEZ for doing a fantastic job using an iceberg graph to give us a good understanding of where these frauditors stand in terms of their objectives and their tactics. If you haven't seen it yet, I'll have a link in the description, and I really recommend you check it out. And while you're there, if you haven't already, be sure to give HEZ a like and a subscribe. Tell him I sent you. So with all that said, I felt if I was going to categorize frauditors, I needed something a little more fluid, something that I could easily take any point in time in a frauditor's career, and I am heavily finger quoting that word. And
I'm sorry, I want to interrupt that real quick. I do want to mention Tones. First of all, thank you very much, because my sub numbers did go up after you posted that video. So I appreciate
Nice.
that. Thank you
that
very
was my
much.
pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. That was great. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to let you know that was beautiful, and I thank you. I appreciate it.
Effectively place possibly where they're going. And so I have created the Frauditor Venn diagram. Now, the first thing this diagram does is separate frauditors into 4 prominent groups, where if you name any frauditor, they are going to fall into at least one of these categories. Now, first we'll start with the lost causers. Now, these are the people who are, as I've said in the past, the true believers. They're the ones who think that despite over 200 years since this country was founded, and in that time it's in fact expanded the rights and liberties of its citizens, they think that somehow our constitutional rights are under constant threat and take it upon themselves to go out and expose the tyranny and corruption, even though it doesn't actually exist, at least not to the extreme that they think it does. And despite their zealotry, though, they are not quite prepared to push the envelope far enough to constantly get arrested. They often just argue only the law and its merits, and they don't really resort to petty name-calling or threats. There's certainly a level of delusion there, and often they seem dismissive of facts because it doesn't go with their narrative, very much like the flat earthers. So based on my observations of these people, there are a number of frauditors who would fit at least into this core category and its subgroups. Frauditors such as Long Island Audit, Denver Metro Audit, Amendment Press, people who think what they're doing is for a worthy cause, but in reality, they're not actually accomplishing anything, and they're very much unwilling to listen to any evidence that supports that fact. Now, moving clockwise, we next have dangerous. Now, these are the frauditors who have committed or expressed a willingness to commit acts of violence, despite whatever their motivations may be. Often they will brandish weapons, such as pepper spray, tasers, or even firearms, and are very quick to rationalize the prospect of using them. Often they're highly aggressive, whether it's open hostility or seeming to have a lot of pent-up anger that can be triggered if the wrong thing is said. Like, these guys, I think, are going to snap at some point, and probably somebody's going to get hurt. Frauditors who would fit in this category and its subcategories would include SGV News First, Texas Sheepdog, News Now Ninja, and Amagassen Press. Note that I've mentioned the same frauditor twice in different categories. I'll cover that momentarily. From here, we move into the third major category that I call the broken. Now, these are the guys who have effectively run their lives into the ground, whether it was from their decision to become a frauditor or poor decisions they made prior to that that led them to becoming frauditors. These guys usually come with pretty extensive criminal records and pretty much have reduced their lives to nothing because they're unemployable and they're usually homeless and complete destitute. Yet somehow they're able to cling to their channels despite having incredibly small audiences. And my guess would be that they do this as a way to cope with their failures.
Okay, so I wanted to bring up, because you mentioned Jeremiah Payne, Last Days of Freedom. Now, what do you think about the latest news about him? Obviously, it was after you made that video.
Well, it actually fits perfectly with where he is. I saw K-Far's stream on it, and I know he mentioned I might talk about it. If anyone saw Kick's latest stream, I'm kind of with him on that one. I think Jeremiah Payne's run his course. He's definitely in the broken. He's probably reached now into the end of the rotors. He's now in the middle. And he fits the profile perfectly. You know, they were homeless, you know, with his family in tow. You know, he's got a criminal record. He was on the run from warrants. So yeah, he was very much firmly in that section. And then, you know, like when he started going out on the street yelling stuff, he moved into the nothing to losers at the bottom and then went straight up into end of the rotors. So yeah, it fits. The diagram, or the Venn diagram, predicted it.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that why I wanted to bring that up specifically too, is like you said, I like what Kick said about that, and how, like, you know, I get, obviously he had a whole stream about it. It's, you know, a lot to explain, but basically for anyone who doesn't know what's going on, he got arrested and Jeremiah Payne got arrested, Last Days of Freedom. But like, it's to a point now with this arrest where it's beyond like, you're idiot that gets trespassed and gets arrested for something stupid. Like, he's like beyond like actual criminal behavior stuff. I mean, anyway, the point is, Kick did this whole stream about how, like, okay, it isn't just making fun of an idiot anymore. Like, this has become like a serious thing with this guy. And like, Kick's like, I'm not even going to talk about him anymore because it's just, it's not fun anymore.
Yeah.
You know,
One thing I should mention, the two lower categories, the dangerous and the broken, they're distinct from the lost causers and the clowns on the grounds that they're going to do something where this stops being funny. You know, that's pretty much the issue. Like, you know, like, you're going to have people whose lives are so destroyed, like that we're not watching them frauded anymore. We're just watching them be these spiteful, bitter, depressed guys who, you know, who knows what they'll do to themselves or other people. And then on the other side, dangerous, like, yeah, these guys they're completely irrational. You know, they're prepared to become those guys who literally stream themselves pepper spraying homeless people or something, or shooting pellet guns.
Yeah, exactly. And I see, to a certain extent, I see Direct D going down that road.
Oh yeah, he's heading there.
Yeah, the way he was like literally just jumping on squad cars because the cops weren't paying attention to him. Like, he's forcing them to pay attention when he's jumping on the squad car.
Yeah, he moved from, if I were to use this, he moved from the clout chasers into nothing to losers. So at this point, like he's just doing things, just out of, like, he's just lashing out because it's not about whether or not YouTube will earn him any revenue from doing this. It's now just, I'm mad, I'm going to film myself doing stupid shit.
Right. And we also got a $2 super chat.
Yay. Hey, Toms, I have a question.
Oh, sure.
So for the lost causers, you mentioned Long Island Audit. Do you really believe that he thinks he's doing a good thing? I mean, I'm kind of doubtful about that. If he really believes he's trying to fight for the right to have your freedom of speech.
I'm glad you mentioned him because for a time I did place him firmly in that. However, he has started to drift down towards the liars category, but also HEZ, if you could actually throw it back up really quick, the image of the Venn diagram. He's also in essence, I think he's jumping from liars to desperate delusionals or red flaggers. So he could go either way, because what's effectively happening is some of his videos, despite the fact that he was convicted, he was found guilty. That hasn't slowed him down. If anything, he's become more aggressive. I mean, he practically committed battery against a security officer at the DMV. And I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, this isn't that wasn't his style before. I mean, sure, he's incredibly egocentric. He's deluded, to be sure. But like I said, we've never seen him escalate things himself. So I think he's going to start moving deeper into the lost causers thing, and he's either going to be heading towards the dangerous side or the or towards the broken side if things don't go his way anymore. I think he might still. I'm leaning more towards the red flaggers, which means he's going to start becoming bold and throwing caution to the wind while deliberately. And that's the other thing about clowns; they deliberately target law enforcement for the purpose of stirring up conflict.
Well, yeah,
like Brooklyn Audit.
Yeah, Brooklyn Audit is very much in the clown territory. He's in the in the red flaggers territory, and I'd like to think he could turn back, but
no, I don't think so.
I think if he starts being more aggressive, he's gonna fall into assholes.
And then it's obviously with the same idea. Paracode Princess in her super chat was asking about Eric Brandt and how you think he's doing in prison, and where would you put him on here?
Oh, if he's in prison, he's in the end of Rotors or end of the Rotors. They are pretty much. I mean, I'll later in the video I do actually point out the end of Rotors category because it's where all of them are going to end up. So he's very much in the end of Rotors. He's serving time. So's Earl from News Now Houston. Chili could very well be doing that. Taco Terry's moved into end of the Rotors. In fact, I did put out a community post welcoming him to that group. Now he's going to be in jail. But that's pretty much where it is. It's like when they reach that point, it's like, now it could go any way. Like they're either going to stay there because they're still in prison, or if they want to pick up on this after they get out, they're just going to head straight towards one of these. They're either going to become more delusional, they're going to become more aggressive, or they're just going to be completely down on their luck and their lives are in shambles. So
not good. All right. Yeah. So let's watch the rest of this and see what else we got.
Examples I would place here would include Broken System, Broken Trust, Glenn Serio, and Jeremiah Payne. And finally, the last major category are the clowns. Now, these are people who have absolutely no noble intentions. They do this strictly to stir up conflict and mess with people for entertainment purposes to make money. Pretty much the born-again YouTube pranksters, and they continuously escalate their methods in order to gain more prominence and more attention online and thus grow their audiences and their ad revenue. Now, examples of these are fairly obvious. You have Auditing America, DirectD, News Now Ninja again, and Annapolis Audits. You will find most frauditors in this category. However, as we're now about to explore, there is overlap between these four major categories, and not all frauditors are created equally. And that's what makes this diagram unique. Any 1, 2, 3, or all four of these core categories will overlap and create a subcategory that fits any frauditor perfectly. And because it's not a fixed list, like a ranking or hierarchy, frauditors can shift between the neighboring subcategories. And thus we can see how they've descended deeper and deeper into whatever category they started with, ultimately showing and possibly even predicting where they will inevitably end up. And you are bound to find almost any frauditor within one of these areas of overlap. If I were to give an example off the top of my head, say for instance, auditing Erie County, aka Daniel Warmus, he started out as a lost causer, and then once he became involved in the January 6th Capitol riot, he descended into the dangerous portion of that overlap and thus was under the terrorist category. Though some of his more recent content has had him attempting to provoke responses and thus has descended into the clown territory, and he's become a red flagger. Based on this and the fact that last I heard he was still on probation, if he gets arrested, he will then descend into broken and have to serve time in prison, thus putting him in the end of rotors. However, if we start to see Warmus abandon all pretense of being an activist or journalist of any kind, we could see him shift up towards liars, in which he's just making a mockery of everything he's doing and not taking it seriously, or he can descend further into the dangerous territory by attempting to provoke even more violent encounters and thus enter the assholes subcategory. In any case, whatever direction frauditors take, it will inevitably lead to the center, where all of their poor decisions will eventually catch up to them. Now, this system of categorization is by no means perfect. It's still very much a work in progress, but I'd like to think that even in its current state, it does give you some understanding of what kind of people frauditors are. And if you're asking the question as to why this is even important, remember what I said earlier. Not all frauditors are created equal. They each come from a different direction as far as their motives, and what may necessarily act as a deterrent to one of them may not necessarily work for the rest. So my answer to the question is, if you're intent on solving a problem, then it is a good start to at least try to understand the nature of it. But then again, maybe I'm just overthinking it. Thanks for watching, everybody. If you like what you see here and you want to see even more in the future, please consider subscribing to my channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts down in the comment section. I always love to read them. Till next time.
Yes.
So, Thomas,
Yep.
Nicody had a really interesting question. Where do you put AFA? Accountability for all. That's interesting.
Well, I would say he is, I'm trying to think lately he's been pretty much back to his usual tricks. So I would say he's in the desperate delusionals because he's still clowning around. He has gone to jail. By the way, I'm hoping to use this diagram for reference in future videos. I just figured that going through all the detailed explanation of it deserved its own thing. So don't worry, this isn't becoming a boring lecture channel or anything. But yeah, he would definitely be in desperate delusionals because he's trying to claw back his clout on the internet, and by being ridiculous, and that could go in any direction. He could end up crossing the line and ending up right back in the slammer, and in which case he'll be in end of the rotors. Or like I said, things could get worse for him, and he could end up out in the broken.
Yeah, absolutely. And so have you ever heard of a guy called Matt Pat?
Matt Pat.
M-A-T-P-A-T, Matt Pat.
I may have seen.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I think you would like him. He has several different channels. He has 4 channels: Food Theory, Game Theory. What's the other one? Game Theory, Food Theory, Film Theory, and the new one is like Fashion Theory or something like that. But it's kind of like you're like, oh, I just do it. I overthink it so you don't have to. Well, it's just a theory, whatever it is theory. But that's what he does. He takes like a little, like a detail or something, and breaks it down like the way you broke down that Venn diagram. Like he really goes into depth into things that a lot of people wouldn't even think about. It's actually really cool the way he does it. Anyway, I was just wondering if maybe you were inspired by him to a certain extent, because that's how you break down fraud.
No, I've never heard of him. So, but based on your description, I would love to check him out.
Yeah, he's great. My kids actually told me about him with starting with the film theory, because like all of his connections to the different video games, and then the big thing with the video game theory was Five Nights at Freddy's. He came up with this whole breakdown of the whole thing, and then the book came out. And it was like, oh, wow, he was right about a bunch of stuff. And anyway, that's a whole nother thing. But look, yeah, somebody in the chat is pointing out we got my Perry the Platypus hat on, and Fezzington's wearing one too, and he's reading a book. Great.
I love that.
Oh, by the way, the Forgiven Jerry asked me where would I put Georgia Transparency. I would say right now he's in red flaggers territory, just because he's getting a little aggressive in what he does. So I mean, the thing is, this diagram doesn't measure intelligence. I'd say they're all pretty much at the bottom of that already. But
Yeah.
but in this case, like, yeah, he's getting more aggressive. So we'll see what happens. There was a video I was planning to make, and maybe I still will, but I was going to do something about Rogue Nation, and I was going to call it Lost Causer to Clown. And the idea was that, yeah, he talks all like he's, doing this for a reason, but lately his videos show him just acting more like a jerk, or just more like a clown. So it just shows he's leaving behind the pretense slowly of this being about rights and more about, I'm just going to go out and screw with people. And someone asked me,
go ahead.
Well, someone asked me, where do I put Chili in this? I actually put him in Clout Chasers. The thing I would have to change is Clout Chasers is also grifters. So it's people who, he's very aggressive. He's targeting police to screw with them. But we also know that, the ground is shrinking beneath his feet. So he is drifting towards, in this case, I think he's going to drift into nothing to losers. And then ultimately, if he gets busted, then he hits the end of the road.
Right. And also, I have to mention it. I got a super chat from Care Bear. That's right. I've been looking forward to this since it was announced. My 3 favorite people on one stream. Look at that.
That's awesome, Care Bear.
Thank you, Care Bear.
Yes. And also, we got another £2 from the Welsh News Network.
Hey, greetings from the hospital. Why are you in the hospital?
Oh, well, hope you're doing okay.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, let us know. Here, let me add your names to the list. And for anyone who doesn't know, when I say add your names to the list, I do have a monthly raffle that I do on my channel. Any donation for any amount automatically gets your name entered to win different prizes. This month, the main prize is a full set of my Frauditor versus Anti-Frauditor card game. I have 110 cards total in the collection, and they're really good stuff. I have a Tones Overthinks It card, actually, and I do have a Frauditor News Network card. Yes, I have a whole bunch. I have an Unclean Hands card, who's here as well today.
Hey, Unclean Hands is here.
Hey,
Yes,
Unclean Hands.
Who's this guy on here? I've never heard of him.
Never heard of it.
Okay, I gotta ask a question. Like, how is it you've written a book, you have card games, like you have all this incredible stuff. Like, your contribution to the anti-frauder community is massive. Why the heck do you still only have 3.2K? It's like,
thank you.
You should have more. I mean, I'm pushing towards 10K, and I'm a part-timer. I don't come close to the amount of regular content. So, like,
thank you, Stefan.
Like, what is going on? Like, people, like, if you're watching, subscribe.
I've asked him that question so many times. I just believe there's no answer. I don't understand. It's like one of those, like, why are there frauditors? There's just no answer. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, my theory has always been that I think it's just because I don't do tons and tons and tons of just random videos, that I think that the YouTube algorithm just doesn't push me that hard, and I don't want to just start pumping out a ton of content just to get the algorithm to notice me more. I want my videos to all be this, quality videos that I want to make, not just trying to get recognized by the YouTube algorithm.
Well, I mean, the algorithm is a finicky thing. I mean, some of the new content I've created has been so the algorithm doesn't start roping me in with all the frauders. Oh, sorry, the motorcycle's driving by. I don't know if anyone can hear that. But yeah, I was worried that I was going to start getting shelved as well. That's why I started branching out, doing the slightly more educational stuff or just unrelated topics. But it's like, your stuff is entertaining. It's people enjoy it. I just don't know. I hate to see it bury you, but let's see if a few more people are going to show up, because I just shared the stream in a community post. So with any luck, we'll hopefully that'll grab you a few more subs.
I hope so. Well, going forward, we got a lot of good guests coming up. Obviously you're here, which is fantastic, and we love you being here. But since we were just talking about it, I do want to make an announcement, ladies and gentlemen. And for those of you who have been here for a while, oh, look at this.
Oh, Nicole's a new member.
Yay.
There you go.
Thank you, Nicole.
So now Nicole's name is also going to be added to the list for this month's drawing.
Oh, and hi, Keith Hutchins.
Yes, yes. Hello. All right. Now, with that being said, I do have an announcement to make. I'm going to go full screen for a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I got some incredible news. I've been telling you that this month's prize package is going to be a little different, but I didn't want to make any final announcements until I physically had the items in my hand. I didn't want to make any promises. The big deal, if you remember in last month's raffle, was that I got 2 of these handmade Frauditor voodoo dolls from Salacious, and I stab them on the air all the time and all that. And last month's prize, the grand prize, was a voodoo doll and a copy of my book. Now, this month's grand prize is a full set of the cards, all 110 cards. But guess what I got in the mail today from my old friend Salacious? Another one.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, but wait.
Nice. Where is Salacious? Is he here?
She sent more than one. These are sealed.
Oh, my gosh.
And to make them unique and different so that you know the difference, they're numbered now. She wrote numbers. She numbered them. She wrote the little number on the feet. That's number 6. Okay.
Oh, my
So
gosh.
all of the ones she's ever going to make, they're done. They're numbered. So we're going to add for this month. I'm going to keep it in the bag sealed. I'm not going to take it out. Another one. So now, once again, you could win a Frauditor voodoo doll of your very own.
Oh, my gosh. How awesome. Woohoo.
For those of you who don't remember all the specifics, we got the crooked teeth because they're Frauditors and they have that. And then we got the little gimbal with the camera. We got their fake press pass, their tiny black little heart, the handcuffs, their shoes untied because they're too stupid to know how to tie their shoes. And then the pins.
Nice touch.
Yep. The pins are, you got the taser. If you're watching a video and you want them to get tased, you stab them with the taser. You got the gavel. If you're watching one where they're in court, you take the gavel and you stab them with that. You got the soap. If they're like a Glenn Serio type or they're swearing too much, you can clean their mouth out with soap. Right? Now, that being said, this one, which has the necklace that was handmade by my fan Leland Squirrels, this one's going to be retired. He's going to be holding my guitar and he's going to become a permanent decoration in the background. Number 6 is mine that I'm keeping, but again, just added to this month's raffle. Grand prize is going to include not only a signed copy of my book and a full set of cards, but also another voodoo doll still sealed in the package and made by Salacious. And ladies and gentlemen, Hank's Corner.
Hey, Hank.
The doll has more teeth than BSPT. That's funny. True. That's funny.
Also, and Peck donated memberships again.
Nice.
I think a humpback whale has more teeth than BSBT.
I love it. Oh, this is a great panel, man. This is turning out wonderful. I'm glad you came, Tones.
Pleasure. I don't do live as often as I would like. I mean, I don't want to go too far off topic here, but I don't do live enough just because I prefer to not be unfiltered because I can say something wrong or like I said, I could struggle to find the words. And honestly, when I watch some Frauditor videos, they can get me very angry and I could find myself saying something I can't take back, even if it's deserved, like I don't like you. I stopped watching Amagansett Press's videos because it took me to a really dark place. And I'm thinking that's the kind of stuff I don't think my audience, I mean, I'm sure they would like to hear, but it's probably stuff YouTube doesn't want me to hear. Okay, we're talking in things involving the revocation of birth certificates. Let's just leave it at that.
Oh my goodness gracious me! Yeah, you got to be careful. But
it's always nice to jump on a panel, just and just chat with fellow creators. I mean, at the end of the day, we're unlike these guys. We don't Like, we don't claim to be journalists. We don't claim to be activists. We're just people who get
Mhm.
together, have fun, and point and laugh at the stupid.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what it comes down to, you know.
Yep.
And you know, so much of it is related as well to just being able to. Well, honestly, for me, it all started like with Schrodinger, right? And this community that seems to have grown and come together basically with the same type of ideas, you know, even though so many different backgrounds, so many different people, we got people like Vilified Freedom, who is extremely Christian, all the way to people that are extremely atheists and everything in between. But we could all agree on stupidity is stupid, you know?
Exactly. Like, and I mean, our Venn diagram is much larger. Like, there's so, you know, there's so many different places we come from, but at the very center, we all have that thing we agree on: frauditors are dumb.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got $2 Canadian from Nikki Smallboy.
All right.
And Nikki says whether he wins or not, he's going to get a full set of cards at the end of the month. And we got $2 from Space Trucker.
Yay. We love it when you overthink it. Yes, we do.
Yes, we do indeed. So anyway, that being said, there's another Tones video that I really like that I wanted to show today. And this one is called Overthinking a Real Hero with the Camera. And I really like this one. So I want to go ahead and share that with the audience real quick. And then we'll move on from there. Let me get this on the screen. And also, again, thank you so much for everyone for the super chats and all the support. I love you guys. I got the best fans in the world. And real
You
quick,
do, yes.
yeah, and I want to make this point real quick before I move on too. I'm going to go full screen again for a second. Everyone always says that they have the best fans, but I have physical evidence to prove it. Number one, that painting on the wall back there was painted by a fan of mine named Judy Johansson, and she just sent it to me as a Christmas present. Took her time to actually paint a painting. Okay, and then
So beautiful.
these dolls are handmade by Salacious, a fan of mine, right? She makes them, and then, like I said, this one wearing a necklace that was handmade by Leland Squirrels, another fan. It says Hezekiah on it. She also made me these all green and purple because my book covers green and purple and my text. And she made me these hacky sacks and everything. My fans are the best. They go out of their way. They make things for me. I love you guys so much. All the support and everything. You guys are the best. A round of applause for my fans.
Yeah.
All right. Beautiful.
Oh, by the way, I guess Nikki Smallboy is a she, not a he.
Oh. Well, you know, for somebody who's with me every morning, you think I should know better by now, right? I'm so sorry, Nikki. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Hey, you know, it's live. What are you going to do? Overthinking a real hero with a camera, ladies and gentlemen. While I'm embarrassed, let's go ahead and play the video real quick before I turn pink with
Enjoy the video.
And now for something completely different.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Tones Overthinks It, the show where I think too much to make up for the people who don't think at all. So despite the majority of frauditors out there just being ridiculous clowns, there are a few of them that are, I'm going to use the word true believers. Like, they actually think what they're doing is right and makes sense. And they like to compare themselves a lot to activists, you know, or journalists fighting on the front lines as champions of freedom against tyranny. They like to compare themselves to great names such as Rosa Parks, even though personally, I don't think those two could be any further apart. So I decided to take it upon myself to find out, has anybody in history done that? Have there been any activists armed with a camera that made a difference?
I'm sorry about to pause it so fast early into it. But there actually is a point that you just brought up that I wanted to discuss before when I first watched this video the first time with you. The whole idea of the Rosa Parks thing, I wanted to hear your opinion on this. K-Far's in the house. What's up,
Hey,
K-Far?
Hey, K-Far.
a future guest on this very program. I got all the future guests and the dates on the ticker down below. Anyway, so what I
Hi,
want
Miss
to
Mandy. Sorry, I just want to say hi to Miss Mandy.
Hi,
she's
Mandy.
in the house as well. So what I wanted to ask your opinion on is this idea that I've had, like, okay, so like when they talk about comparing themselves to Rosa Parks and this and that and all this other nonsense that they do, I've been thinking about it in terms of like, all right, so let's say that they got their way, that the world actually worked the way that they want it to. Now, in the case of like Rosa Parks, for example, that had an effect on literally everybody because segregation was ended. It changed everything. What would this change? Like, nobody's going to bother you when you film in the library? Well, who wants to film in the library anyway?
Exactly. It's like they've created. I mean, I'll go into this a little bit in the video, but I mean, these guys effectively are trying to be the solution to a problem that doesn't exist.
Right.
I
Exactly.
mean, it's just because I'm thinking, and I even said earlier, like in the past almost 250 years since the country was established, more freedoms have come out than what we started with. Okay, for the longest time, there were a lot of people like, I mean, not just African Americans, but women couldn't vote. Women couldn't even have jobs. Like there was so many things that were restricted, and over time we've released. You know, we've opened up. We have, created more freedoms.
Yes.
And yet these guys are trying to claim, oh, the government's always tyrannical. They always want to control us. Like if that were true, they never would have moved an inch after 1776.
Right.
But we have, like, we have ended slavery. We have, what is women's suffrage, labor, labor laws, the minimum wage. Like, the government has brought a lot of things to us that we didn't have at the beginning.
Right.
And yet they're trying to say, oh, they because they don't want you to film someplace. But the truth is, it's not the filming. And I'm glad you brought this up because I read your community post. It's not the filming. It's how you're acting. It's the jackass with the camera.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that at some point, if you're just innocently filming and you're not bothering anybody in the process of doing it, that's fine. But the moment that you start to use that as a means to bother or interact with someone, I feel like that whole freedom thing, like that goes out the window. Like you could film a police or traffic stop from across the street and not interact. I think the moment you actually, and the video will show who started it, but if you actively go forth and engage with the officer, I feel like that right to film them, that no longer applies. Now you are actively becoming part of this. Now you're not, oh, I just happen to be exercising my First Amendment right. No, you're interfering with a traffic stop while filming. Like that, like the filming thing doesn't become the first part. See, this is why I don't do live, because it's hard. I usually write this stuff out. But
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Like I feel like that should be where the line is crossed. It's like now you're no longer exercising a right; you are actively doing something else. So the filming is marginalized. It shouldn't be the center focus.
And I don't understand how they say if you don't use your rights, you'll lose your rights. How the hell are you going to lose your rights by? I mean, that's the stupidest thing. One of the stupidest things they say. It irritates me.
Yep, use them or you'll lose them.
Oh crap! Hang on a second. Welsh, heart attack.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Oh my goodness!
Dude, I hope you're all right.
Oh man.
Damn. Well, hopefully everything goes okay. There's no
Indeed.
There's no damage. You're getting the care you need. But yeah, man. Well, looking forward to hearing you again online.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm so sorry, Welsh. That's horrible.
Yeah.
I'm going to put you in for 2 entries. And maybe I'll, when you get out of the hospital, maybe email me and we'll see if I could get you a little something just, for your support and everything and helping you getting better. God bless, man. Thoughts and prayers over here for you for sure. But anyway, so back to what we were talking about. And that's one of the things I noticed a couple weeks ago. I even covered it in one of my videos. Broken System, Broken Trust was on a panel. I think it was Frauditor Troll, maybe. But whatever panel he was on, Broken System, Broken Trust, Josh was saying, he says, well, when I first started doing this, I actually was out there doing it for the right reasons. But I realized that doesn't cause the cops to give you the reaction you're looking for and to make them act different than they normally would So that's when I started doing it the way I do it now.
Yeah, that's the moment. That's the moment you cross from lost causer to clown. It's like now. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, if these people really wanted to film the police and expose them, they would not let the police know they're filming. They'd be using hidden
Exactly.
cameras. They'd be using telescopic lenses to be filming from a distance. As in, if the government knows you're watching, that tips them off. They're going to at least pretend to be on their best behavior. That's why the logic of First Amendment auditing makes no sense. If you really want to see what the government is doing, don't let them know you're watching.
Yeah,
Because that's when they do shady shit.
Oh my God, you're throwing logic out there. Oh boy, that hurts their brains.
I forgot to ask, is cussing okay?
I don't give a shit.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, that's it. They do their shady stuff when they think no one's watching. So if you really want to catch real corruption, because think about it, if the FBI is investigating corruption, they're not just out there, out in the open in force, like saying, "Hey, we're the FBI. We're looking around to see if anybody's doing anything." I mean, contrary to popular belief, the detective with the big magnifying glass is just an image, it's just a metaphor. It's not. There's not people investigating openly, because how are they going to catch anybody if people could see them coming? They use hidden cameras. They use wiretaps. The way to investigate is you don't let the other party know you're doing it.
Exactly. Absolutely.
I've told them specifically before, because Rogue Nation's always in my chat, and I talk to these guys sometimes, in other streams and stuff. But I've told them, because one of the big things they'll always say when they make the comparison between their cameras and security cameras, which we all know is a ridiculous comparison anyway, is they'll be like, "Well, you don't know what I'm going to do without my footage." Well, anyone could FOIA the footage from the. Okay, so if you want to try and catch these public servants, I hate when they say that, because they say it like they mean slaves.
Yeah.
If you want to catch these public servants doing something wrong, why don't you FOIA all the footage from them at work and sift through it like an investigative journalist and see if you could find something?
Exactly. And the thing is, too, and I will say this, when they say, "Oh, they're filming us with cameras all the time." It's like, yeah, those cameras, though, if you want the footage, yeah, you request it. And if there's any sensitive information, they will take the time to redact it. They make sure your cameras that you bring in off the street, there's no control over that. There's no guarantee. I mean, I feel like there should be something where that says, "Oh, if you want to come in here and film, fine, but sign this." It basically means that if you release this information publicly, you are liable if any private information is exposed.
Right.
Like, I mean, I feel like that's what it should be. Now, of course, they'll say, "Oh, that sounds tyrannical." It's like, no, that's the same thing when they do the security cameras that you FOIA. As in, for the Freedom of Information Act, that in order for us to have that, they have to make sure that no one's information is compromised.
Right.
They have a responsibility.
Which
And if they really care about what's going on behind the scenes, why don't they get a job in one of these offices where they can see what's happening
I once told Rogue Nation over in Frauditor Trolls Discord, like, if you care so damn much, why don't you run for public office? If you feel like you could do a better job, managing a city, if you think, "Oh, they're spending the money wrong," then get yourself freaking run for the city council.
Yeah, don't just stand there with a camera in your hand and
be one of the people. Be one of the people who will do the job. Oh, you don't want to do the job? Well, then shut up, because the people that you elect are doing it for you. That's the point. That's the thing too. Like, they want to criticize public servants. It's like, public servants do the job that you are either too lazy or too stupid to do. Okay, like, I mean, Rogue Nation, if you're going to watch this, let me ask you a question. How do you make sure that the garbage is always picked up? How do you make sure that the potholes are fixed? How do you make sure that, that the infrastructure is always intact? Like, how would you do it? You don't know how? Then let the people who actually do it do the freaking job.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, and I got in a big argument on one of Unchained Mind, Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind.
Enslaved or something.
Yeah, and because where I was pointing that out, he's like, "Well, yeah, but the government does this," and it was one of those deals where they talk about how money isn't actually money. I'm like, "Well, you're on Wi-Fi. How did you pay for that? You're wearing clothes. How did you buy that? What, did you steal everything you have?"
Yeah. Oh, you're going to sue the police. Well, what do you expect them to pay you in?
Right. And then again, like you said, he's talking about, well, the government, if there was no government, then it would be fine. And him, and it was here's the deal. We're talking about, well, don't you understand that if there was no government and we needed roads, then we would just build them because we need them. Would it just build them with what? Well, you're going to make your own concrete out of what?
Yeah.
Like, there's a whole infrastructure for a reason.
Oh, real quick. Yeah, Richard Hart, you're right. That was Paul Enslaved. Sorry, I got the two names. Unchained, Unslaved. Sorry, I got them both mixed.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. You know, it is that there's so many damn frauders. They all say news now at the beginning of their thing, or they end with transparency or whatever. It's like, I can't keep track of half these idiots.
Right? Oh, man. Well, that being said, let's get back to seeing a real hero with the camera. All right, here we go.
Turns out there actually was. Admittedly, I should have thought of this last month, and you'll see why. But I discovered a figure named Ernest Withers. Now, who is Ernest Withers? He was an American photojournalist who was around during a pretty turbulent time in our history. It was during the Civil Rights Movement, and he got to photograph some of its most iconic moments. And before we get to that, a little bit about his backstory. He grew up in Tennessee. He was born there in 1922. Okay. So,
HEZ, can
like
you pause
most
right here?
southern states, Tennessee, as a former slave state, enacted a series of statutes that mandated racial segregation.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, no, it was the previous picture I had on the screen. If you can go back a few seconds.
Oh, okay,
the picture of him in front of the shop. Yeah, right there. Okay, so really quick. We have a guy with a whole bunch of cameras on him, and he even has a camera on a stand. That is dignified. That is a professional. That is a hero. Some guy, you know, with a undersized T-shirt, you know, poor body odor, unkept facial hair, and all that stuff, with like, you know, bunch of cameras, you know, a phone in each hand, a body camera, a helmet camera, all that stuff. That's stupid. Okay, there's a way to go about looking like a guy with covered in cameras, and there's a way to not go about it.
Right. Well, like whenever I see SGV News walking and he's got that little GoPro on his shoulder and the camera strapped to his chest, and it's like, oh, come on, dude. You know.
Well, if he's got problems with his shoulder, maybe that GoPro's too heavy.
Well, they act like they're going off to war and these are their weapons. They're so stupid.
Yeah, they got their bulletproof vests on and everything, and their little pepper spray things that are painted to look like guns, and they shoot pepper balls or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to do a more series of this, I'd be looking next for a war correspondent who, you know, deserve to wear that freaking vest that says press on it, because, you know, there are guys who they go into war zones, they're not armed. They don't have pepper spray or a taser or a gun. They just have a camera, and they're there to document stuff on the front lines. Yep. Yeah, we have people doing that in World War II. We have people doing that in Vietnam, and we have people doing that during the Gulf War and everything. So those people are, you know, are braver. They're the ones who put their lives at risk to bring us the news. You know,
now Hezekiah and Tones, what do you think of these frauditors and their viewers that claim that they're putting their lives on the risk every time they go and do a First Amendment audit?
Oh, they don't know what the hell that really means. I mean, they have no idea what they're talking about. I mean, we finished this video. You'll see what this guy, you know, had to face.
Well, see, this is the thing, and this kind of goes back a little bit to.
Yes, thank you, Hank. Joe Galloway, good example.
Yes, that is a good example. Hank's corner is always awesome. But anyway, yeah. So these guys with this nonsense, right? So they're doing this all the time, pushing the boundaries, isn't that? But it comes down to this idea that they seem to have, which again, like with your diagram, you got your ones who actually believe the stuff, and then the people who really don't believe it, they just do it just to do it. But there seems to be this idea that, to me, I see the cops as being actually someone they go after because they're an easy target. Because the cop can't actually do anything.
Exactly. I wanted to do this. Like I want to do a video explaining this. The art of the bully. Like the purpose of a bully is someone who picks a target they know cannot fight back. Mm-hmm. Like they always pick on someone smaller, someone weaker, a group that cannot respond back to them. And that's the point. Like they choose to go after cops because cops, by their job, can't retaliate. They go after city employees. They go after people with jobs in general because if they retaliate, they have something to lose. That's why I always said I would love to see what happens if a frauditor runs into a police impersonator, because a police impersonator is going to have no problem putting hands on them no matter what the law says. And I would love to see that happen. I want to see a police impersonator beat the crap out of a frauditor, because then the real police are not involved. They're not liable in this situation. It's not a representation. You know?
Right.
I mean, I want to see a frauditor walk up on Chili in his stupid fake cop uniform, and and see have that happen to him,
Right. Well, and that's the thing too. But again, their big argument of why they're risking their lives every day is because cops have guns and blah blah blah. But again, like you said, yeah, they're a soft target because they can't retaliate. People are at work. They're a soft target. These guys are just bullies. They're punks.
If cops are so dangerous, let's think about that. If they're so dangerous, why are they going out looking for them? Why are they letting them know you're there? Why are you trying to pick a fight with them? It's like, aren't you worried that you're going to actually run into a cop who is having a really bad day and decides just for shits and giggles to tase you, or worse?
And they always say cops just shoot red people at will. Why aren't you dead yet? Why are you still alive?
Exactly. I've got to bring this up in one of my Chili videos, but if we have such a tyrannical and corrupt justice system, explain to me how Delete Laws got released on his own recognizance without having to pay bail only a few hours after he was arrested. They didn't hold it. He's not still locked up. He's not being extradited. It's like, he got out real freaking fast.
He wasn't sent to the dungeon and be within an inch of his life.
I mean, in his stupid stream, when he talks about there's people asleep, there's people laughing, and all stuff. It's Las Vegas, you putz. Every Las Vegas jail every night, especially on close to St. Patrick's Day. You're gonna have a lot of drunks in there. That's the point. They pick up drunk people off the street all the time because that's what happens in Vegas. You're gonna get people like that. You're going to get people who are rowdy. I mean, just look at Florida during spring break. You're going to get a lot of rowdy people that are going to get busted.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just how it is.
What's crazy, one of the things that I like to say all the time is an example that I like to use is if you do a search for ID refusal videos, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'll see thousands of them, right? And what I always say is, okay, so let's just take and I always say it's the walk of shame is the example I like to use. Okay. If you're watching any video that ends with the frauditor telling the police that they're doing the walk of shame, what does that mean? Well, one, if they're saying walk of shame, that means that their First Amendment right to speech hasn't been infringed because they're still talking.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
If they're filming the cop walking away, then their right to film hasn't been infringed because they're still filming. They didn't get beat up. They didn't get arrested. What do the cops need to be ashamed of? And when it's an ID refusal video, their Fourth Amendment right to keep their ID and not be ID'd hasn't been infringed on either.
Yeah, it's like they go into this with the mindset that the cop's sole objective is to violate all those rights, and the fact that they didn't means, aha, I win. It's like, okay, that's the equivalent of me saying that what is it? Let me pick something completely innocuous that the pieces of paper explode, if you set them on fire. And so I'm going to film myself dropping them into a bonfire at the beach. And it's like, it didn't explode. Because I made sure it didn't.
Right.
It's like something like that. Just something random. It's like, oh, this never, I'm going to tell everyone this always happens,
Right. And then that's it. And it's like, okay, I'm causing it not to happen, right? Because of my awesomeness. By the way, stranger with the $2 super chat.
Yay! Oh, it's a Fessington.
Well, this is for Fessington to be entered into the drawing.
Well, he's already got the book.
You have a card. Do you know that, right?
Oh, that's true. Oh, yeah, it's true. Yeah, those look like fun.
All right. Excellent.
I mean, I was curious. Are you planning on making an actual game with them? I'm trying to think what kind of system that Magic the Gathering or whatever uses. Because you could totally do that. The lands could be like post offices, DMVs, and all that stuff. Like you could make a parody of Magic. You could make a modified version of Magic the Gathering using nothing but frauditors.
You're describing it. The idea is, I've been trying to work on something that I could do that would be practical for people to be able to print out at home or something. But basically, like a game mat that has the spots for the cards at the bottom with 3 locations. I have the post office, the police station, and city hall. And so you're playing for each location. That way, like, like if you lose one location and they could win the other or whatever, you want to do 2 out of 3 to win the game. And the reason why I decided to do it that way is because if it was just one location or just one game, anyone with a Schrodinger's cat card would just automatically win no matter what. So because I made his powers infinite.
Nice.
Yeah, the Schrodinger's cat card, his defense is infinity and his offense is infinity.
Awesome.
Yeah, I have it. Let me see if I actually have a Tones Overthinks It card here with me right now. I got several. Let's see. Good Guy Audit, San Joaquin, SGV. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, I got my Script Cat card. She has the power of dynamic reasoning.
Nice.
Well, here, hold on. Let me see, because I'll just real quick go over a couple of these so you see. But I have to change my camera to the to a different one so I could do the close-ups of the cards better.
Well, whether you have it or not, I will say this. I'll say it here, and I don't know if it's for the record. You do have my permission to use my likeness for commercial purposes, just so we can get that out of the way.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. There's the Blue Bear card.
Blue Bear.
I mean, you have it regardless, but I just figured if that way I don't get called a hypocrite when I start criticizing frauditors over that.
Honestly, that's why I do these cards as giveaways. Even like if you don't want to try to win one, if you just want them, you have to email me. I can't just sell them outright because I don't have these guys' permission. Anyway, here's the Blue Bear card, and his power is the power of Sergeant Blue Bear.
Nice.
He's a cop. Shut your mouth.
He knows you don't love that.
I love it. Wait, do you have a P. Barnes card?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do. He has the power of
The power of lightning. I don't know.
Well, it's
electricity.
It's a quote from him. But look, this is a utility card. Utility. It's the Treaty of Peace and Friendship.
Oh, nice.
And unless you're actually playing in Morocco, in North Africa, this card has no effect at all.
I love it.
I have the transparency card.
Oh, good Lord.
Card. Playing this card gives your team the advantage of an Orwellian surveillance state, and the other player must show you their card.
That's pretty cool, man. I'm loving this.
I got the Glen Serio.
Sweep the leg.
The common idiot card.
Show him the butt crack one.
I will. He's got the power of sweep the leg. You flip a coin. If it's heads, Glenn misses the attack. If it's tails, he actually manages to injure himself.
Oh my God.
-3 damage.
Okay, oh God, that's funny.
There's the freaking media card. When this card is played, there's an instant 75 IQ point in the entire room. And he has the pepper spray power. These cowards sure love to hide behind pepper spray, don't they?
Do you have thinking of pepper spray? Do you have an STV card?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I was about to say this.
This is a secondary Glenn card. This is the legendary idiot card for Glenn Serio, and it's the massive body odor card. His smelly cereal get damage through their nasal cavity.
I gotta say, this is actually a great way to keep track of all these guys because, like I said, there's so many of them. It's hard to figure that out.
Right.
Like, who's who?
I got the News Now Ninja card, Direct D card, EMA card. I'm trying to look for some of the good guy cards.
Wait. If you haven't already done this, News Now Ninja card should be when this is played. It forces you. If you play this card, you have to show the other player at least the next 2 cards in your hand because he's anything but a ninja.
Okay, wait. Are we ready?
Oh,
wait! Did you see that super chat from Space Trucker?
There it is. Nice.
Oh, yay!
I
This
love
is the
it.
Common Hero card. Tones overthinks it. He has the power of Fezzington. In-depth, thorough, pointed, critical, genuine intellectual examination of the mindset of the idiot is the most powerful tool in his arsenal. Or maybe I'm just overthinking.
Just overthinking it.
Oh, that is brilliant. I love it.
Yes.
Well,
So,
there's your answer, Space Trucker.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway,
Oh,
Space
that is
Trucker is
awesome.
added once again to the list. Let me go ahead and put his name on to win a set of cards.
Yeah, I am honored to be on that deck, sir.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the appreciation. Now the main card, and this is a big deal, is the Schrodinger's cat card, which I got here. Now, this is just an example. This is the triggered limey card that's in there,
Hmm.
but it's the case that I'm showing off. This is what the back of the cards look like, by the way.
Ooh.
I just designed those skulls, TGC for the card game. But I have a special limited edition. I don't physically have them in my hands, but I have Schrodinger's cat limited edition holofoil cards that are going to be mounted in these cases that are going to be special. They're numbered. Only 18 are ever going to be printed. Each one's going to be individually numbered. And instead of having the regular background, they're going to have the naval symbol, the eagle and anchor, because he was in the Navy. And so that's a special thing that's coming very soon. I dropped the cards on the
Oh.
and I don't want to-
That's a damn nice gesture too. It's like
yes.
that'd be a brilliant card to have. I love it. Granger Renfrew said HEZ is playing with a full deck. You are. What's funny is at one point I thought about, anyone remember that deck of cards that they came out with that had all the like all the terrorist targets on them?
Yes.
I was like, I almost thought to myself, I was like, why didn't anyone make that for Frauditors? I mean, because it's a legit deck of playing cards you could use for, you know, solitaire or whatever, but it has all the Frauditors on there.
Yeah. Well, I did.
Yeah. Well, there you go. You found a way. I love it. Because I
Yep.
always thought to myself, well, which one's going to be the king of spades? It's like,
Well, I'm already working on series 2 now. Sorry. Yeah, I'm almost done with series 2 actually at this point. K Adams for $5. Took me 20 minutes to get in here and say I want a voodoo doll.
it took you 20 minuets? What?
I had the same problem with the minuets. All right, so let me go ahead and get your name added. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. Yes, this is going to be a great drawing. And again, the grand prize this month, by special appearance and in personal their poo-poo sandwich or whatever these idiots say when they go to court. Because I am not my name, I am my social security number. I'm going to add to the grand prize for this month a Frauditor voodoo doll. Now that we have more,
Yeah.
yep.
Oh, great. All the Frauditor cards are the Joker.
Yes, all of them are the Joker. That's right. And a full set, all 110 of the cards, 55 hero cards and 55 idiot cards. And here's another $5 from Kelly Nelson. Yes, we'll need this deck like yesterday. Also, and just so you know, if any, and another $2 from James C. Well, yeah, if anyone actually wants a full deck, just flat out wants one, go ahead, drop me an email at hezekiah@gmail.com, and I'll let you know how you need to, what you need to do to get that. I could get that done for you. Also, keep in mind that, again, once the cards that I have for Series 1 are gone, that Series 1 is done, and I'm moving on to Series 2, so that'll make them collector's items. We already have a couple that are already extra valuable because, like, for example, on the original Handlebar Mustache card, which is the Unclean Hands card, I spelled handlebar wrong. And I fixed the.
Hey, for what it's worth, in my Venn diagram video, I misspelled intentions when I was covering the clowns, and like I'm looking at it right there. It's like, it's there forever. But
Speaking
it's
of which,
fine.
the Venn diagram is going to be a utility card in Series 2. I've already done that.
Oh, that's going to be awesome.
So anyway, let's finish up this video.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
We got to get to the game. We have to play Who's That Douche Canoe? So let's get this out of the way, and then we'll move on to that. Yay! Fun stuff. We're having a great stream tonight. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone, and the Tones especially. This is great. We're having a lot of fun. I love it. Thank you.
1922. So, like most southern states, Tennessee, as a former slave state, enacted a series of statutes that mandated racial segregation in most areas of public life. So this was someone who was a genuine victim of those mandates, who had to grow up in a world of oppression, who had a reason to want to see change. He was a genuine victim of unconstitutional laws. And yet, ironically, despite the limitations on what his privileges were in public life, there seemed to be no objection when he enlisted and decided to put his life on the line to fight in the Second World War. Then, when the Civil Rights Movement began, he traveled with Martin Luther King Jr. himself during his public life. He participated in some protests, and he actually got arrested twice. In one of those arrests, he even got beaten by police and had his camera smashed. But let's consider for a moment, what was he doing? He was involved in protests against segregation, a system where you had half the human race in America being subjected to discrimination, who were denied rights that other people had simply because of their skin color. Now, that is a system that's unconstitutional. That is something worth going the extra mile to fight, to change. And to do so is a genuine noble effort. So you can imagine my frustration when I hear frauditors talk about how they're challenging policies preventing them from harassing city employees with their cameras, and then have the gall to say that what they're doing is just as noble, if not more noble, than what men like Withers did. Withers wasn't going around protesting whether or not you could film in a public building. He wasn't harassing postal workers, and he wasn't going up and down the streets of private businesses trying to provoke a conflict. He didn't act belligerent or like a fool in front of people. He did his work with dignity and integrity. He and the people he photographed were fighting for real rights. They were fighting for justice. They were fighting to be seen and accepted on equal footing as everyone else. To me, that's heroism. That's a worthy cause. And yet today we have these so-called activists like Delete Laws, Long Island Audits, or Denver Metro Audits who proclaim martyrdom to themselves and anyone for so much as being minorly inconvenienced by police. Withers covered the death of Emmett Till, a 14-year-old African-American boy who was abducted, tortured, and lynched. And because the justice system was so unequal and corrupt, a justice system, by the way, that if it existed today, more than half of these frauditors would either be in jail or dead by now, Emmett Till's murderers were not only acquitted, but years later, for a quick buck, gave an interview to a magazine, confessed to actually committing the crime. That's something to get up in arms about. That's something that requires public attention. But sure, call flooding a police department or harassing city council members over a stupid policy in a library or speed cameras is more important. They can call themselves activists. They can call themselves journalists. But the fact of the matter is, they are not even 0.1% of the man Ernest Withers was. He is but one of many people in our history who embody everything that these fakes want to be and are not. But do you want to know why I picked Ernest Withers in particular to talk about here? Because it's actually pretty funny. Ernest Withers, American photojournalist and civil rights activist, was a member of law enforcement. He served as one of Memphis, Tennessee's first African-American police officers. And during his time in the civil rights movement with Martin Luther King Jr., he was an FBI informant. He was an agent of the government, funneling information to the Bureau about the civil rights movement and its leaders. And before you fly off the handle and think, oh, the big bad government was spying on activists, Withers was instrumental in making sure that the government got the right message about the movement. He didn't over-sensationalize or just give them what they wanted to hear. He had an obligation to give them the truth. He was willing to trust the federal government. I know, it's weird for a journalist to do that, but he did. And what did the federal government do? It actually aided the civil rights movement in Memphis. The FBI actually assisted in a voting discrimination case that Withers was actually covering at the time. Withers was willing to inform on violent militant groups such as the Invaders, who were basically the Black Panthers of Memphis, so that the movement's reputation would not be tarnished as a result of their actions. So like I said, dignity and integrity, qualities you will not find in a frauditor. And I find it hilariously ironic that someone who does the job far better than they ever could was an agent of the very institutions that they go out of their way to hate. So if any frauditors are listening to this and ever wonder why are they not acclaimed or celebrated as the unsung heroes they purport to be, then I suggest to them that they take a good look at Ernest Withers and then take another good look at themselves and never again ask that stupid question. But then again, maybe I'm just overthinking it. Thanks for watching, everybody. If you like what you see here and you want to see even more in the future, please consider subscribing to my channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts down in the comment section. I always love to read them. Till next time.
Don't
Yeah, I'm
you
glad you
are
guys
the
liked
best,
it.
man.
I mean, the one thing I made this one, I was trying to experiment with just trying to do it in one take. That's why I sound a bit more natural. But I should have mentioned that the federal government did more. They passed the Civil Rights Act. So if the government is the bad guy, why would they literally pass a law that gave all these people their right to vote and got rid of segregation? You know, nobody in the civil rights movement ever considered Withers informing on them to be a betrayal. Even a member of the militant group he was spying on said when asked about it, and I quote, "That man was a serious scholar, and he worked to bring truth in the face of a horrible history. I think he deserves a statue somewhere." And that was true, by the way. Like,
very nice.
One of the militants, when they told him about this, is like, yeah, there was a guy spying on you for the feds. And it's like, he didn't hold any ill will. He said, you know what? I can understand why he did it. And, you know, he did a good job. He told the government the truth of what was going on, and it helped protect the movement.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What do you think about that video there, Cupcake?
Oh, I love it. I mean, he's pointing out the difference between what someone, an activist holding a camera is, and what these frauditors are, how the difference between them.
Right.
Yeah, like they don't come close to any of that. I mean, they, as I said, like they freak out over so much, and it's like, you guys don't know what it really means to be oppressed.
Right.
Like
Well, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to play.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for your favorite game. Who's that douche canoe?
Hey, who do you
Ooh, this is a tricky one.
Oh man.
Is it chili?
Could be. Huh.
What do we got in the chat? Come on, people. Who do you think it is? Here's your vote. You only got 44 seconds left.
Come on, people, help us out. I don't know. Chili is the only one that makes sense.
Well, I mean, it could be chili, but
Yeah.
he's not wearing the headphones. But there are times he wasn't wearing them. And it's not Whisk Boy because he's not wearing his hat, and it's not
He doesn't have a
Asshole
whisk.
because there's no whisk. I'm gonna say chili. Everyone's saying chili, but
All right, 14 seconds. Is that your final answer? Greg from HEZ Audit is the most spot.
No, there's no curly hair. But I guess he didn't
Yeah.
always have it.
3, 2, 1. Who is it?
Who is it?
Barry Transparency.
Ew.
wait, who is it? Oh, Barry and Transparency. Oh,
Transparency. I hate that he thinks he's a gangster with the cap, the
yes,
backwards
and
cap.
The hat
Yeah.
was dispositioned right because I thought that was his hair.
Yep.
Wait, I've got it. Who's that douche canoe? It's Delete Laws. It's Barry Transparency. Fuck!
Oh my goodness gracious me. Oh man.
In
So
my throat.
with that being said, let's see what our correspondent Radical Brittany has to
All
say
right.
about our daily
Yeah.
canoe. Very transparency.
Transparency.
Oh no, it wasn't even on and I
Like
started it. I'm
Uber,
sorry, let's go back.
Brody, thanks, HEZ. Radical Brittany here. Bay Area transparency. Like
Ew.
Uber, Brody, L.
So it's an ew.
With his hat on backwards all the time.
That's nice.
As if. BAT is such a barf bag. And like when he tells people to leave him alone, and then they do, and then he says he can't understand why they're ignoring him. Like, doy, dickweed. You need a PhD in derpology to understand this douche canoe. Radical Brittany. Back to you, HEZ.
All right.
Oh, I love it.
Love Radical Brittany. Awesome.
Yes, that was great. That was great. Always good to hear from her about our weekly douche canoe. And don't forget, every Saturday night we play a new round of Who's That Douche Canoe with Radical Brittany and her opinion about the Butterbrain Douche Canoe of the Week.
Jeez.
Very
There she is. Hey, look, there's the actress. Oh, thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Richard Hart, for that. That was so awesome. I
That
love
was hysterical.
yeah. Every week she does these and they're just so awesome. I look forward to them.
Yeah, and actually, it's cool. Like, I don't know. I mean, I know the story behind it, so I know it wasn't done on purpose. But since I know she's in here and she could hear me, I actually kind of like. It's just a coincidence, I know, but I like the fact that every other week it was like last week it was you, and then the week before that it was Bitmoji, and then the week before that it was you, and now this week it's Bitmoji. Like every other week going back and forth. Again, I know you didn't do it that way on purpose, but I kind of like the way that it flows going back and forth between the two. I think that's interesting. Anyway, that being said, the next video I
Salacious
wanna-
is here. Hi, Salacious.
Hey, Salacious.
Yeah.
Great work on the voodoo dolls.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yes, Salacious, you might not have heard, but besides this voodoo doll that I stab every day, look what I got in the mail today. Oh, I got his replacement.
They're duplicating. I love it.
And the new ones are numbered. They have numbers on the bottom so that they can be, you can distinguish them from the originals. And also, I was thinking about I'm gonna add one. I got them in the bags, unopened, the way she sent them. Okay. I'm thinking of adding one to the raffle for this month. And I'm also thinking about maybe raffling one off on eBay. I don't know if a raffle would work or not, but we'll see. But going forward, that's definitely thank you very much, Salacious, for that. Now, the cadaver toe tags. No, it's untied shoes because they don't know how to tie their shoes because they're so dumb. Anyway, our next video is the new Frauditors Network video.
Yay, thank you.
Right.
Yes. So we're gonna go ahead and watch that. And let's see, here we go. And this is called Frauditor Denied Access. A door shut in his face 4 times.
This is gonna be fun.
Yes, this is gonna be great fun. Let's get this on the air right now. And one little behind the scenes moment of honesty, I'll just share. For those of you who've been here from the beginning of the show tonight. Oh, wait a minute! Look at this. We got another $5 super chat from Care Bear. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let me add your name once again to the list. All right. This is beautiful. Oh, this month's drawing is going to be fantastic. I can't wait till the first week of April when we go
Hey,
ahead.
the Grandma Bob Show's here. Hello.
Oh, hello. The Grandma Bob Show. What's
Hey,
up,
Grandma
Graham?
Bob.
Watching and working on the show. Wanted to say hi. It's a great way to spend my time. Thank you. We appreciate it. Logan Sandman just noticed Fezzington's hat. That's right. Do you notice the book he's reading? He's actually reading my book that I wrote, Frauditor's Handbook. Yay! All right. Yay for me. Anyway, that's good stuff. So let's get. Oh yeah, this is what I was gonna say when I was about to start this video. And some of you guys may have noticed that I'm having a little bit of quote unquote technical difficulties today, but it doesn't matter anymore because Stephen Alley just gave another super chat.
Okay.
All right. Gotta add your name to the list once again. I love it. All the support from you guys is fantastic. Oh man, I got the best fans in the world. I'm telling you, over and over again. Oh, and look at this. Dave Malik.
Nice.
Yes, thank you so much, Dave, for the super chat. Get your name added again as well. This is great. I love you guys so much. And what did he say? He said 3 great streamers all on one stream at the same time. 3 great channels on one stream. Love it. Oh, love it. Yes. our Saturday show, and we're trying to make. Me and Frauditor News Network and I and Salacious as our producer. Our goal is to make the Saturday show like not just like a regular open panel show that everybody has every day, but something special. We have our guest
Mhm.
every week and have a good time and have a lot of fun and really focus on the guest and I don't know, just doing something a little bit different with it, making it more like a regular talk show kind of thing almost. So how you doing so far, Tones? You enjoying yourself?
Oh, absolutely.
All
I'm
right.
loving this. I mean, and you're right. I mean, I recognize a lot of these names from the premieres of my videos and others. Is like, yeah, I gotta say, we have the best fan base.
Yes.
I mean, you look at the comment section and the chat logs from Frauditor videos. It's all a bunch of, I don't know, just a bunch of blissfully ignorant degenerates. But when you look at ours, it's like it's real people. It's and they're always just so much fun.
Yes, indeed. It's great. We have a great community. I love it. And again, also just keep in mind since we're talking about the Saturday show in general, that today, right now, we got Tones Overthinks It. And
Yeah. Awesome.
next Saturday, we're gonna have Mark Stout. That's right. And then the week after that Saturday is gonna be April 1st, April Fool's Day. We're gonna have Blackheart Night.
Yeah.
All right.
Mark Stout and Black Kite Night. Awesome.
Yeah, and then on April 8th, we're going to have the one and only Big West. We're going to talk about how we switched the product to
All right.
And then my first two guests were Frauditor News Network and then Script Cat. And then on April 15th, our next female guest, Frauditor Reaper, is going to be here.
All right.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, the coup of the century.
Oh, boy.
Who never, ever, ever does lives is going to be here
Can't believe
on
it.
Saturday, April 22nd. Ladies and gentlemen, Unclean Hands.
All right.
All right.
And then on the 29th, to wrap up the month of April, the one and only K-Far.
Yeah.
And coming in May, we're going to have Vilified Freedom. We got the
Woohoo.
Yeah. So we got a lot to look forward to with the Saturday show. Keep the ball rolling in the positive. And ladies and gentlemen, now let's take a look at Frauditor News Network's new video. Thank you all for joining us once again. And here we go.
Unbelievable. It is an area which we call the Frauditor Zone.
Nine 9265 Hispanic male. 1 allegations, 1 complaint. Lawsuit settlement 15,000. Service started July 2011, and you make $134,000 a year. You ever disrespect my rights ever again? You're gonna definitely not be a cop ever again.
Right.
I want your business card. I want your business card. Get your. I want your business card. I asked you 3 times. I told you I want your business card. I want your business card. I'm on public. I'm on public. I want your business card. I'm opening the door.
Hey, how's it going?
It's not your door. This is my door. This is.
There's another video where Brooklyn Audit shows his huge stack of business cards. Like he's like they're money or something. I was like, what are you going to do with them? And he keeps them in his pocket wrapped in the rubber band. It's the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. Not the most pathetic thing, one of the most pathetic things.
No, you're right. That is pretty pathetic. It's like, I mean, he just says, "Oh yeah, I get business cards." I got to tell you something. There is no constitutional right to a business card.
I know. What is he going to do with them? So stupid.
Congratulations, you got one. Yay! I mean, in the first place, I don't even think that police officers need business cards. If you need their information, why don't you just read their name tag and just make sure you have a damn good memory, or just take a picture of it? I don't care. But business cards, like, it costs money to make those. So what, you think that all cops should have business cards? Like, if every cop in the country had to print up business cards, think about who's going to pay for that. Us,
yeah.
So if a cop doesn't have business cards, I'm thinking, hey, he saved me a few cents on my taxes.
Yeah, and I've been saying this for a while now. Like, when you actually think it hurts your brain to do it, but if you actually think their arguments through to a logical conclusion, the government would actually have to spend a lot more money because they'd have to put up walls everywhere. They'd have to take down all windows, all glass. Then the electric bills would be through the roof because there'd be no sunlight in any office building anywhere, no kiosks, no anything. Everything would be behind locked doors to create
health insurance for vitamin D deficiency and also for mental health because people, working 8 hours a day in a windowless room, would drive them nuts.
All this for YouTube video. Lovely.
Yeah, it would be insane. And all of that. But there is one thing that's even more important than all of that, and that's another $5 super chat from Greg Jonas.
Nice.
Yes, he was disappointed we didn't find any tyrants yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that video. I love that.
Oh, that was funny.
You got to play that one. That was great.
Yes, indeed. But anyway, when I was auditing yesterday at the hospital. Yeah.
Yes, I love that.
All right. That was totally off the cuff too. I was there and I was like, I had my phone. I'm like, I could just do a quick, video and post it. I actually got a couple more. So anyway, let's get back to the video in the meantime. Here we go.
Listen, you have a lawsuit already.
Don't open the door. Do not open the door.
I didn't touch. Look at you.
In today's episode, we find Mark of Brooklyn Audits outside of yet another police station. He doesn't dare attempt to enter them anymore since he's been arrested a few times. So like a true clown, he stands outside and tries to harass officers, but they've learned how to handle this douche canoe. It's common knowledge in New York that you don't acknowledge the crazy as much as you can and never, ever make eye contact. Looks like this officer does a great job only acknowledging Mark when he opens the door, in which it's quickly shut in his face multiple times. I now welcome you to enter the Frauditor zone.
At the door. You guys are here to patrol the door?
Move.
Well, yo, don't touch me. Don't put your hands. Don't put your hands on me. Don't ever put your hands on me ever again.
All right, I'm not.
Don't ever put your mother hand and take your light out of my face. Don't put your hands on me again. This guy's a clown, bro. You're a clown. Yo, how about this? Yo, let me get your name and badge number now, since you want to make contact with me. Give me a business card. Give me a business card. Business card. No, not from you. That's not your business card. That's his business card. I want yours. You just put your hands on me. I want your business card. I want your business card. This guy's a clown.
Says the guy outside opening the door and
exactly.
If these people were really tyrants, he would have already been arrested.
He would have been shot.
Yeah, I know. Somebody does that at my front door, they're taking a one-way trip to the ground floor.
Come on, Spider, where's that business card? Look at him. Look at your fucking ego bothering you, bro.
It doesn't appear to me one bit that this officer is bothered. It appears more to me that Mark is the one with the bruised ego after having the door close on him 3 times.
You're a little bitch, bro. You know that, right?
All right. Sorry, I got to acknowledge.
Desperate for attention.
Right? Like that's all they're doing is just like begging for attention. Dude, the deflection. How often do you watch a Frauditor video and have them describe exactly what they're doing and accusing the people they're auditing for doing exactly what they're doing?
Yeah, it is definitely projection. I mean, I don't know how to describe it. It's crazy, but like I feel like they are doing this for set aside my Venn diagram. I think the core reason they do all this is that they punch down to make themselves feel taller. Like they can't fix their lives, so they have to go out and imagine that there's someone, who's worse than they are, and then point and put the tension at that. So it's like, oh, like never mind my faults. Look at this. So that way the world doesn't realize how much of a loser I am.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
I had B2 Life Explained on one of my morning streams, and we were talking about how like these guys essentially are like all of the bullies that you had in grammar school and high school. What happened to them when they grow up? Well, here you go. That's what they do. They're frauditors.
Oh, by the way, what frauditors always say, it's like, oh, I bet these cops were bullied in school or whatever, like, and that's why they became cops. It's like, okay, let's think about that for a second. You have people who went through their younger years who suffered abuse at the hands of socially inept douchebags, and so decided they're going to commit themselves to basically being the how should I put it, to being the arm of justice and fairness and making sure that people cannot be victimized. I don't know about you, but I want a cop on every corner who was that person.
Yes.
Like someone who decided, no one will ever be victimized on my watch.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's what I want.
Also, I have to acknowledge another super chat from Stefan St. German.
Thank you, Stefan. You're so awesome.
And apparently, I did get a super chat from Kay Adams that apparently someone thought I missed it, but no, I got it. Got Kay Adams. See, $5 earlier. Yes, I acknowledge the Kay Adams super chat, but let's do it again. Why not?
And Dave Malley just gifted a membership, one membership.
Oh, who just gifted a membership?
Dave Malik.
All right, Dave Malik and Granger Renfrew. Brooklyn Audits is indeed a public nuisance.
Yeah. And I'll say this: he's definitely he's entering red flagger territory, and he is cresting the hill like about to enter assholes. By this. So like just the way he is, like I've not heard him anything about like he just says this is public, but he's not trying to spout if this is about activism or corruption. Like he is actively seeking to get into an argument with the police. Like he's not performing any innocent action or exercising his rights. He's there to cause shit.
Yes.
Yeah, and the thing I don't understand about him is he claims that he just has a vendetta against the New York City police, which, I don't mind, whatever. But whenever he encounters like an accident scene, he insults and he argues with people that are there. That have nothing to do with the police. Like, what is your point in insulting them and being an asshole to them?
Because it makes good for his channel. It makes good content.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll see a little later in a video that I sent to Hezekiah, but just these guys, like they're the equivalent of, hey, everybody, I'm so-and-so, watch me do something stupid. That's pretty much what Frauditor channels are. Like, like watch me cuss and yell at the cops so you don't have to, and I'll take the arrest, which I got to do. I have to plan this out, but the economics of being a frauditor, think about it. You get trespassed. In worst case scenario, you get arrested for trespassing.
Stephen Alley.
You go to court, you probably get charged. I mean, Long Island Audit's got a $90 fine. Okay, great. He has to pay a $90 fine. Well, his video of him getting trespassed and possibly the videos that cover the trial, those yield him, $200 in ad revenue each. So that's a fair trade, isn't it? Is it not? It's like, you know what? Fine. I will completely destroy my life. I will get a criminal record, but it's all misdemeanors, all fines. And yet the videos, people will pay, for the privilege of watching me do this.
Well, that's what I always say. It's like there's one of the reasons why they do this is because there's literally nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, they get arrested and their fans will pay their bail.
Yep.
Yeah. And then when they get their bail money back after the case is over, they just keep it.
Right. Exactly.
And the viewers looked at them like heroes and thank you for your service. I mean, I want to vomit every time I see that. Thank you for your service. What service?
It's like, I'm sorry. Are they seriously misappropriating that statement for frauditors?
Yes, because they actually took the jail time. They're a martyr now.
I've seen that comment in so many of the frauditors.
That is sickening.
I mean, I can't even count. I want to vomit every time I see it, but I've seen it a lot.
Yep.
That is just wrong.
Meantime, real quick, let me mention that Stephen Alley with another $2.
And his dog wants that doll.
Because my dog wants that voodoo doll to eat. Anyway, that being said,
yeah, Arty's right. They are being paid for being a criminal. It's like that's why we said a lot of these guys will disappear if YouTube stops giving them money.
Exactly.
I mean, Arty had a police captain on a week or two ago, and one of the things that they had done, I guess there was a frauditor who was a repeat offender, real pain in the ass. They finally contacted YouTube and said, this guy's constantly getting in trouble and he's monetized. Like you're paying him is enabling this behavior. Mm-hmm. And they demonetized him.
Good.
It's like, I'm thinking, why can't we do that more often? Why can't YouTube see that you guys are rewarding them for this behavior. This should not be a commercial enterprise. They should not be making money off of breaking the law.
Yes.
Exactly.
And even if he's not breaking the law, just harassing people should not be monetized.
Yeah.
Just the way they treat people, the things that they do, they go to these buildings and people are just trying to work for a living and they come up there and harass them and insult them. And then they go home and they get a paycheck once a month from YouTube.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And I mean, I've always said if YouTube decides to wake up one day and say, you know what, fine, we will no longer allow for ad revenue if you are directly attacking an individual, verbally or whatever. It's like, fine, you know what? I will gladly hang it up and retire from doing this. I have other things to talk about. Like, I'll do it. If it means
I would be thrilled.
Yeah, I would be happy for that because most of these guys would be gone. Because the moment they post a video of them talking badly to someone, it's gone. And of course, they want to say, oh, that's limiting free speech. YouTube is a private company, people. All right. You agree to their terms of service.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you have to, if they tell you they don't want a certain kind of content, that you can't have it. You can't upload it. That's just how it is. That's not draconian. That's a business. If you want to post videos of you acting like a douchebag, build your own website.
Exactly. Didn't Georgia Transparency do just that? He created his own website.
Yeah, he created a hit list, which, by the way, it is a hit list. All right, because hit list is also identified as a list of individuals, not that you don't intend to harm or kill, but more like a list of individuals that are of primary focus to something for a purpose.
Right.
Like I had the actual definition in front of me, but I never got a chance to do it. But yeah, like there is more than one definition of a hit list. So as far as I'm concerned, Frauditor Troll didn't owe any apology.
I don't think so either.
If Georgia Transparency doesn't like it, well, hey, fuck off.
Delete Laws is in the chat, and it's not real, obviously.
Yeah, of course, not the real one.
Says, as an alpha male, I approve of this live stream. Anyway, let's look at some more of this stupid that we got on file here.
Oh, yeah.
You're a little putana. Little putana. Little biatch. You're a bro. Look at his hair, bro. Who the f cut his hair? You want to glove up? Did you put your little pink panties on tonight? What's the matter? Why are you in a bad mood? You beat your boyfriend up or you beat your girlfriend up? Which one?
Thank you, Stefan.
Or did you kick your dog? You beat your dog? You look like an abuser. You look like you want to glove up and abuse people, bro.
Abuser. The more this officer ignores him, the more butthurt poor Mark gets. Mark thinks he's roasting the officer, but he's just acting like any other crazy person in New York City, so he's not even special being crazy. Poor Mark.
You shouldn't even be a cop. You know what you should do? You should be a spider and dance to drinks, spider.
He's obsessed with this Goodfellas movie.
Yeah, jeez.
What a joke. Getting all mad at me and trying to act crazy. This guy was actually professional that first came in.
Business card.
That was out here. He's cool. He ran away, though. He put Spider at the door now. Yo, stand like a man, bro. You're standing like a little girl. Stand like a man. Stand proud. Come on. What kind of stance is that? What is that?
He's not.
You stand like a little girl, Lottie. Stand like a man, bro.
This isn't just baiting.
Yeah, it's like people who care, party of none. It's like,
right?
Hey, putana. Hey, puto.
Hey, okay,
Can I
as
get
an
your card
Italian,
again?
I don't
What's your
approve
card?
of them using
You never
that
give me
word.
your name and badge number.
Yeah, right. Well,
Yeah.
it's funny because like everything, like when the movie The Godfather, when it first came out, there were all these things in it, and they were like, "Oh, you're just gonna ruin people's reputations and all these stereotypes and this and that." This guy is the stereotype of a Brooklyn, the attitude and the screw you, and the way he talks and everything. He's a walking stereotype.
Yeah,
It's all an act.
Yeah.
It's all for show. I think I could call it. He's crossed out of the lost causers and he's in asshole territory.
Yep.
Pure and simple. Absolutely.
I mean, if he was being less aggressive about it, I put him in the apathetics, which are the guys who they're just he was like he was where Taco Terry and Craig started from CHI Audits. They were in the apathetics. They were the guys who literally by the tone of their voice, it sounded like they were giving the minimal effort to utter words. Like they just had this like I'm talking. I'm just that's not true or that it's like I don't know what it is. It was like Marlon Brando on helium.
That's awesome.
In your policy with CCRB, if you don't give me, no, I want your business card. I want your business card. I want your business card. I want your business card because I'm gonna make a complaint about you. Give me your business, yo. This guy, he's like crazy, bro. Yo, I'm telling you, I'm gonna make a complaint with CCRB. You're gonna give me your name and business card. You're gonna give it to me now. Yo, dude, tell him. If I was your boy, give me his business card with CCRB because I'm telling you, I'm gonna make that complaint. He's not gonna be drinking coffee like he is right now. I'm telling you right now, he's not gonna be drinking coffee. What he's gonna be doing is he's gonna be getting everyone coffee like a spider. Give me the business card. Let me see your badge. Hold on, turn around. You want to act like a tough guy? You're not a tough guy, bro.
I don't even think they can hear him.
Look at him flexing his muscles. You want to glove up? I know you do.
Yes,
What a dickhead.
Yeah, he is, and just like the whole chili thing, right? Like, hey, you want to get gloves and jump in the ring? And what would happen if he did? This punk would get
his pants.
destroyed.
Oh yeah, it's just ridiculous. I mean, I feel like this, what we're watching right now, this is not free speech, okay? Like this
harassment.
This is very much harassment. Like this should not be allowed. I mean, in the first place, like I said, police officers have a job to do. All right, it's actually a very important job. Okay, they preserve the law and order of our society. So if they have to deal with this shit, it's like that undermines their ability to do that because this guy's not, like anything could be going on, and this guy will not be able to respond to it because he's busy dealing with this freaking jerk outside the door. It's like saying enough. Like you're trying to piss off a guy that we have trained and armed to protect the public.
That's what when you see these idiots, you stab them with the taser and go, "Oh, you wait, hold on, I have to do my Frauditor voice." Hold on, sorry.
There's no expectation of privacy in public. Sorry.
Oh my goodness. That's great.
Oh, that's brilliant. Oh.
Sorry.
There is no expectation of privacy in public.
Oh my God.
Jesus. Oh God.
And the New York City police, being from that area myself, I know that. I mean, this is like an unwritten law. You ignore the crazy. That's one thing. You don't make eye contact and you don't acknowledge the crazy, and that's what they're doing. So they only acknowledge him when he opens the door, and they have to. Otherwise, they just dismiss him because he's just another crazy person from the street that's losing their mind. And and what Brooklyn doesn't realize is that he's all he's doing is making himself look crazy, and making them want to ignore him even more, and he doesn't realize how stupid he looks.
Yeah, he looks ridiculous.
Like I was walking down the street and I saw Brooklyn Audits, but I would just go around the block. I wouldn't even cross over him. I think, oh my God, another one they let out with that medication.
Exactly. Oh, real quick, I got to go AFK for a second. I'll be right back.
All righty. All right. So while that's going on, let's get back to the video.
Let me tell you something, partner. At the end of the day, you won't do shit, bro.
And you know that.
By the end of the day, he's not doing shit right now about your crazy ass yelling outside the door. He's keeping up with his training to ignore the crazy. He's doing a great job.
Look at this little putana.
Oh my
Look at
God.
this little pendejo. Look at him. And yo, get a better haircut, bro. Whoever's your barber, your shit up. You got some wicked ass fade, bro. That is the worst tape up I've ever saw in my life.
Well, although this clown is funny with his silly butthurt rants, I'm going to move past the rest of it. So, Mark, have anything
Hey.
else to say before we go?
Remember, awesome.
I'm about to leave anyway.
Did you say something?
Oh no, I said Granger Renfrew is a new member.
Yay! All right, Granger. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah. I don't know what happened. When I clicked on that, I accidentally clicked off of something. Wait a minute, I got something else here. Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me see what is this? I don't know what I'm looking at here. I think I made a mistake. Hold on. Let's see. What is this?
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No
That's
problem.
okay. Hold on. We're just slight technical difficulties once again. Let's see what this is. Hold on. Something weird just happened, and I want to find out what it is. Hold on.
Yes, call your sergeant. Call your sergeant. I'm not moving. Give you one more chance. I'm not moving. Back up. I'm not moving. Okay, that's fine.
Hi, I'm Fessington, and welcome to Frauditor.
Don't fucking touch me. You're useless. Oh! Why are you grabbing me? They're gonna make me sleep in jail.
Yeah.
That was great.
Oh, that was the most fun I ever had making that.
That was fantastic.
It's great stuff. And we got another $10 from Cowboy. Yes. I thought YouTube didn't allow videos of crimes being committed. Unfortunately, frauditors love to publish videos of themselves committing crimes.
Yeah, they do it all the time. I don't know how YouTube lets it slip by.
It's pretty crazy. They don't care. Whatever. Anyway, that's also an entry for Cowboy into the monthly raffle to win a set of cards. And we've just added, for those of you who didn't know, I got another voodoo doll from Salacious. I got a couple more, so we're adding these to this month's raffle. So there is still a chance to get a voodoo doll. They're a limited number. The new ones are numbered. So if you have one without a number written on it, it's one of the originals, which actually we know who got that. That was Lisa White. So then yours they're going to be numbered from now on. And again, it's not like this is going to be a thing. There's only going to be, I think, maybe 7 or 8 made ever total. So definitely keep that in mind, that you could win one of those. But in the meantime, Frauditor News Network, I did not mean to cut your video off. That
No,
was
that's okay. It's pretty much at the end.
Yeah. Okay. So that's good. Besides, you can only take so much to listen to Brooklyn Audit talk the way he does to people without it giving you a pounding headache from the depths of Hades. Ladies and gentlemen, $5 from Billy Yank.
Yay!
Billy Yank's got a point. I got to look into that. I mean, I've been watching History of the World Part 2, looking for clips that would be great in that one as well, or from that one. But yeah, I got to check back on Get Smart. There's got to be some good ones there.
Yeah, and he is right. Mel Brooks was involved.
I mean, I have all of Mel Brooks' movies behind me. There's some movies that I haven't used clips from. Like I have not used. I've only used one, I think, from Silent Movie. I don't have any from High Anxiety, and I don't have any from Life Stinks. I mean, I think to me, like Blazing Saddles, Robin Hood Men in Tights, Spaceballs, and Young Frankenstein are among the most quotable. Oh, and the producers. I don't really have any from the producers either. So I got to go back and really comb through those and the Get Smart so I could really build a library of clips, because I do feel like I'm using the same ones a bit too often. But they're so quotable.
They are. I love them.
Oh, and we got
missed it by that much. That would be perfect, Logan.
I'm sorry. So which one would be perfect?
Missed it by that much.
Oh yeah, yes. Exact. Oh yeah, missed it by that much. My favorite is no, never mind, because it's inappropriate. I was just thinking of one from Blazing Saddles, so never mind. But it was a great movie, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
Oh yes. No, yeah. There's so much. I mean, Mel Brooks has been in the business since the late 50s, early 60s, probably. So there's so much to choose from him. And then when you talk about the producers, that's a whole nother can of worms, because then you have the movie, but then you have the play based on the movie, but then you have the movie based on the play, and Mel Brooks wrote and directed all of them.
Exactly. So it's like there were times where I was confused. I'm thinking like wait, I know of the producers the musical, and I know of producers the movie, but it's like then there's the producers movie based off the musical. It's like it's like it's all nuts. And then of course they went and made a Young Frankenstein musical.
Right.
It's like, oh jeez. I mean, the guy never stops creating. That's what I love about him.
Yep, he's working his butt off. There's no doubt about that. And Cinelution with $2. Two of my favorite people in one place. Yay. Love it. Thank you for joining us, and thank you so much for the support. It's the whole Mel Brooks thing is just a lark, man. And Young Frankenstein. Actually, we just did this thing last Halloween where my son, because we always watch, all the Frankenstein movies or whatever. And we watched Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein, and Young Frankenstein in that order. And it was great. He's just like, that was one of his favorite movies. He never saw it before. He's like,
what's really interesting, I should point out, that in one of the Frankenstein films, you do see the character of Frederick Frankenstein, or Freddy, or whatever, as a child, and he has curly hair like Gene Wilder. So I think like when Mel Brooks was making it, he decided, well, I'm gonna have Gene Wilder play a character who's from it. So in a weird way, Young Frankenstein can be considered canon to the entire Frankenstein franchise.
Well, I mean, honestly, if you for me, I count Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein as canon. And if you, again, along that line, it absolutely would tie in with Young Frankenstein. They would all work.
Yeah, it works. And now Dracula Dead and Loving It, on the other hand, that's a bit detached. And I forgot to mention that one. I do have clips for Dracula Dead and Loving It. So there's, I mean, the one, my favorite line from that movie is the gentleman, we are fortunate. Why? He's an imbecile. It's like, that's the best. That is the best way to see a frauder or a soft-sit talk themselves into trouble.
Right.
It's like, thank God this guy's an idiot.
Yes. Oh, that's beautiful, beautiful stuff. So let's see now. I got a couple other things on deck I wanted to do. But before we move forward, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to take a quick commercial break. So we're going to have an ad from our sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an ad from our sponsor, the one and the only, the greatest bar and grill in the world got busted just the other day for watering down their drinks, and yet we still love them. Uncle Arty's Bar and Grill of Stupidity. Where is it? There it is. A word from our sponsor, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks a lot. You swanky and swell guy. Welcome back to Uncle Arty's Bar and Grill of Ignorance. Tonight we got a new beer down here because Mama and Grandma's here, and their favorite beer, when you gotta show manners, is please and thank you. Now let's give it a try. Excuse me. Thank you. Have a nice day.
All right.
I love it. That actually reminds me. I got to work in the famous scene from Blazing Saddles where they're all around the campfire, just belching and farting.
Oh my god!
I'm thinking like, yeah, whenever a frauditor goes on a long rant, this is really all you're hearing. It's like that's really all you're hearing. It's about the same.
I love it. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, this next video is a Radical Unhallowed Night video. It's from yesterday, and I wanted to show this because, just to give you an idea, the title of the video is "The Baton Comes Out Preparing to Uninstall Windows."
I love that.
Fun fact, before I found the safe light thing to put when Windows breaks, if
Yeah.
it weren't for the fact that I have to use something to cover that happening because YouTube doesn't like it, I was just
Right.
going to get the Windows shutdown sound every time they shatter it. Just every time they hit it, you hear din, 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 din.
Right?
Yeah.
Safe light repair, safe light replace.
Yeah, that one was better.
Yeah, but still, that works, man. That's good stuff. Good stuff. All right, so here we go. And actually, with this video up here on the screen, that kind of goes back to something I wanted to mention a little bit earlier. Thank you guys for joining, and thank you for all the support and everything. But I did want to mention, just FYI, some of tonight's show, some of you may have noticed, isn't going as smooth as normal. That's because I changed some of the settings on here, because this way, when I'm going back and forth with different videos, with the settings I have the way it's set now, I have more control, which is great, which is why I'm keeping it this way, but I'm not used to it yet. So I keep clicking on the wrong thing. So I apologize for that, guys. But in the long run, it'll be worth it because it gives me more control over what we're looking at and when. Here we go.
I'm afraid to get out of the car because you got gloves on like you're going to kill me and you got your weapon out.
I have a baton out
course.
because I was going to break your window out.
But why? But why?
But why, indeed? Now, the real question is, how many jump cuts can you hide in a video? Beware the jump cuts. What were you trying to hide?
So who went to the room and fixed it? That should be easy fix. What happened to my ring? There was a box in there, a little black box, and there was a blue box. Where's it at? Who took it?
We did not take it.
I can film. This is a public area.
No, it's a publicly accessible area within a private business. So, no, stop conflating the two. Also, where did you last see your ring? At the moment, you're accusing people of something without any evidence. Maybe talking out of your ass. Rings a bell?
Somebody stole it. Whoever.
Let the police know.
So are you guys the only ones that were in there?
As far as I know.
I don't believe that you would steal it, but I mean, it's gone. I'm not accusing you. I promise you that. I just want to know what happened.
I'll wait until the police get there.
Yeah, we don't even say this.
It's pitiful. I'd come clean now. Get it.
Not accusing anyone while accusing people, implying that they did it and then backpedaling. Good job.
You can give me the e-ball all you want. I ain't scared of you.
He's just looking at you. And from the blurry footage, I have no idea how dirty your lens is. Well, at least he's not calling himself a member of the press.
Can you get the work order, please?
It's our responsibility. How are you?
That's not keeping records. You have some record that it was done. Yeah, these men came up to my room. That is guaranteed, right?
I don't know.
Because when I left, the men came to my room, and now the ring is gone.
Come out here, talk to me for a minute.
Yeah.
What's going on?
So I went. I got a work order put in today for.
Now he's in a car.
What happened? Where's the conversation with the officer? Why are we all of a sudden in your car? Did you get kicked out? What is this? It's a really strange part to cut out of your video.
No. I don't have to step out of the car. I don't have to step out of the car. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you all. Yeah. You got a gun? You got your gun? Let's see it. Let's see that gun. You got your gun?
Yes, hiding behind the bulletproof glass in your car and then wobbling about in your back seat, fiddling with something. You know, the cop doesn't see anything and then asking if the cop has a gun. What? That seems like a safe thing to do. Also, it doesn't really look like a gun, does it? I mean, it looks like his gun is still holstered. Not to mention, why would he even grab a gun? Well, unless you're reaching behind stuff where your hands are not visible. You're a bit of a dick fruit, aren't you?
No. This is my property.
Right here, you need to get your stuff and leave the property.
I will, but you need to stop threatening me. Stop threatening me.
Are you ready to trespass in from the property?
Trespass me. Just get my stuff, will you?
Not trespass from the property. You can't be here. You need to get your stuff and leave.
Will
you don't get your stuff and leave, you're going to be placed under arrest. Do you understand?
Will you put it in my car?
Do you understand? Get your stuff and you need to leave the property.
Put it in my car.
I can't hear you with the window up.
Can you put it in my car? I don't have a problem here.
You need to get your stuff.
You just scared me.
If you get your stuff and leave, you won't have a problem.
I'm afraid to get out of the car because you got gloves on, like you're going to kill me and you got your weapon out.
I have a baton out because I was going to break your window out.
But why? But why?
That's pretty simple. If he wants to smash your window, he's not going to do it with his hand, no, is he? And look at you being all disappointed it's not a gun.
Well, some
Are you
cops
bloody
have ripped the
insane?
windows
Do you
out with their
really
bare
want to
hands.
play a stupid game
Yeah,
to win
I love
stupid
those
prizes,
videos.
hmm?
You need to get your stuff.
Do you want a lawsuit?
You need to get your stuff.
This is my property.
Are you suing me?
I'm not talking about afraid.
Pull up here.
This is my right, sir. This is my
Get your
rights.
stuff and leave.
Do you know the Constitution? I do.
Do you, though? You gotta get out of your car, buddy. Right now, you're being trespassed from private property, which is still publicly accessible. You know, there's a bit of a difference between that. Public areas are different from publicly accessible areas on private property. It's in the name.
He's just 51 and not compliant, but I'm 10-4. You need to pull up here and get your stuff.
I'm not. There's no problem here, buddy. I'm not going to fight you out. There's no problem here, officer.
You're going to get yourself talked into going to jail.
I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail.
Do you understand? You're getting ready to go to jail.
I don't want to go to jail.
Then you need to pull up here and get your stuff.
I'm afraid to get out of my car. I feel threatened by you.
I don't care if you feel threatened or not. There's nothing to feel threatened about. I told you, if you get your stuff and leave, you'll be fine.
Can they put it in my car?
No. You need to get your stuff.
Will you put it in my car?
Leave. No. Y'all can step inside for a minute, please. They are not going to put your stuff in your car. You need to come up here and get your stuff and leave.
I'm afraid to get out of the car, officer.
Why are you afraid to get out of the car?
Because I'm afraid you're going to shoot me.
Why would I shoot you?
Because you already pulled a gun out on me.
I did not pull a gun on you.
What'd you pull out?
I pulled a baton out.
Okay, but I wasn't threatening you.
Because I'm getting ready to break your glass.
But
out
why?
and jail for trespassing.
Why? I wasn't
Because you're not
trespassing.
compliant. Yes.
Now, do pay attention. The officer said it was his baton to smash your window, which is not aimed at your person. Grabbing you out of the car, that is aimed at your person. It still baffles me that these dick flutes engaged in dipshittery, mostly whistling in circles, think this is gonna help. They're like a stock record. It's real simple. Get out of the car, get your stuff, get the fuck out.
They have told you you're trespassed from the property.
I bought a room here.
They have told you you're trespassed from the property.
I'm good. I'm just trying to get my stuff.
Put your hands on the steering wheel, boss.
Can someone get my stuff? All I'm asking.
Any guns?
No, I don't have any weapons of any kind. I'm just trying to get my stuff.
That's fine. Hey, you can record. Is your door unlocked?
Oh, when you can't open my door, I don't give you any permission to do that. This is my property.
Okay.
I know the Constitution. I have rights.
Did you hear this officer when he said if you don't unlock the door, he's going to break your window?
Yeah, he's not allowed to do that.
For criminal trespass?
I'm not trespassing. He told me to come get my stuff.
So go
I'm
get
gonna
your
leave.
stuff.
You need to get your stuff and you have it.
I'm afraid
I was
to
going
get
to say,
out
for
of the
criminal
car
trespass,
because
you bet
pulled
your
a
ass he
baton
will.
out on me.
It's like, I wanted to hear that.
You did.
Right? See, there's so many times, and like I've thought about doing it a few times as well, but I never have, at least yet. But I wanted to do one where I do a voiceover of what I wish the cop would say, and I always say I wouldn't be a very good cop because I'd be like, oh yeah, well here, let me show you what a baton really looks like. But this kind of
No,
goes back to what?
Now, this wasn't pulling my gun. This is pulling my gun. This is me
Right.
taking the safety off my gun. This is me pointing it at you. Okay, never mind.
All right. Hey.
I can't do that.
Hey, I'm afraid of you. Why? Because I'm standing here? Yeah. Well, here, why don't you be afraid of this? Yeah. Oh, my goodness. But anyway, the thing that I wanted to point out, too, is that this kind of goes back to beyond all that, the fact that he's telling the cop, well, why don't you go and get my stuff for me? Like, yeah,
It's not his
he's
job.
using the right, and he's using the excuse. Yeah, I'm afraid to leave the car because I think you'll hurt me. But it's this mentality that these guys all have, that anyone who's a public servant is like their slave. No, you go in the hotel and you grab my stuff and you put it in my car for me because I'm your boss and I told you to. Kind of attitude.
Well, as someone who also pays police officer salary, I don't want them to do it. Don't I get a say?
Yeah.
Right.
You know?
And that's the one thing that always irks me is when they're, especially like if they go into like a post office or a city hall or whatever, and there's a whole, or especially the DMV, and there's a whole bunch of customers there, and the customers are mad at them and they want them to leave. It's like, but you're supposed to be supporting we the people. Well, we the people want you to leave.
Exactly.
We the people want you trespassed. It's like the guy holding the camera, unless you're pointing a camera at the guy holding the camera, then you're a bad guy. But the guy holding the camera, he has rights. Everyone else can just screw. And it doesn't matter.
Whatever happened to the will of the majority?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know, like if public servants have to look at the crowd of people who want one thing versus the one guy who wants something else, it's like, they have an obligation to fulfill to adhere to the wishes of the bunch of people.
Yes, exactly. And that's that they don't get that. They're like, well, you're not here to enforce other people's feelings. No, but the fact of the matter is the majority of the people here want you gone, including the people who can make that decision that asked us to trespass you. That's we the people.
Yeah, and can I just say, and this may be a stretch, but you're not here to enforce people's feelings. In a sense, they are, because they have to look at the people and say, okay, we need to maintain the faith and credit in our institution. If it shows that we can't do our jobs because we let one guy dick around with a camera, that's not good. You know, like that undermines the faith and credit in our institution. So we have to kick the one guy with the camera out to show the rest of the people, hey, we get things done.
Right. And I've said this before many times, and I've been seeing it more and more in these videos, is that what they want to educate the general public that if somebody films you, you're not allowed to ask them to stop filming you, which goes back to the thing I published today where I'm talking about they're going against your will at that point. And that's when they're actually doing something wrong. But the point ultimately is when they're telling you, like, I'm going to film you whether you like it or not, and you're asking them to stop, you're trying to, do your thing. Again, there's no expectation of privacy in public and all that, but that whole now that gets on a whole nother can of worms, because that whole doctrine to me is like, if I'm filming in Disney World and somebody just happens to walk by in the background, I don't have to stop and get their permission to use them.
I can explain that one.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're filming people and if you're filming something at Disneyland and there's people in the background, they're not the central focus. You're not engaging with them. What you're filming is not about them. And this is something I want to go into a little more detail on. There's something called the rights to publicity. If you are filming someone for commercial purposes, and newsflash, no pun intended, most Frauditors videos are for commercial purposes. You can even go on and check what category are they, and it's under the category of entertainment. They're not for news and politics. But if you're making the video about someone and they're right there, they're an unwilling star of your production, it's like, yeah, like they have a right to say, well, I don't want to give you permission to use me for your film.
Yes.
It's like, if you really think about it, it's like, when you feature extras in a movie, they don't speak and they're not the central one in the footage. They're in the background. But if you have someone front and center as a speaking role relevant to what the camera's filming, that's someone you have to compensate or have permission from.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the theories as to why these guys will never answer questions when they ask them what their site is, because then those people might be able to find them and file privacy.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I almost wanted to, and I might as well admit this, I almost did a video that literally was titled "Frauditors Are Journalists." And believe me, I had a great skip plan for the moment I said it, for Fezington to come flying out of nowhere, press a taser to my head and say, okay, what have you done with the real tones? And I said, no, it's really me. It's really me. And he says, well, tell me something only he would know. I said, okay, you oil yourself every time you hear Google girl. And then he just slowly creeps off screen. But anyways, getting back to it, the idea was, okay, we're going to call them journalists. Like, you want the title? Fine, you got it. Now let's talk about how much you suck at being journalists. And it's the truth. It's like there's a million things that they get wrong if we were to acknowledge them as journalists. Like, first of all, they don't have any media liability insurance, which means that that's supposed to protect you from getting lawsuits. Because, like, for instance, Brooklyn Audits, here he is on a public platform saying that this officer abuses animals or or beats his wife or something like that. It's like that's libel and slander. That could be defamation of character. Now, of course, they target police officers because police officers won't do this. But one of these days, they just have to say it about somebody, and that person could find their channel and say, you know what, I'm going to sue this person for libel and slander. Well, without media liability, they have to pay out of pocket to cover any damages. Now, of course, these guys don't have any money, but the point is, if someone decides it's worth doing it, they could sue them. They can actually take them to court, and there's no defense, because they did do this. It's especially when they do the call floods and the bad reviews, all that stuff. That does set them up for litigation.
Yes,
and then
absolutely.
And not to mention that there are codes of ethics. The Society of Professional Journalists, and I can't remember the other one. There was another acronym, but they have codes of ethics when it comes to it. And one of them was using deception as a way to obtain information. Like for your story is not acceptable. Like, it's not looked upon as a good thing to do. Like, you should never use deception, because that undermines the credibility of what you're doing. It's like, oh, you're willing to lie to get this stuff. And now, sure, they have undercover cameras and stuff like that technically does it, but still, like, you can't deceive people. Like, you can't say, oh, I'm not going to tell you what my story is about. It's like, no, like, you need to tell them.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
journalism is a responsibility.
yes.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Cupcake?
I'm sorry, I was distracted by my cat that came over. I'm sorry.
I wasn't paying attention. I was talking about
It's okay. Cats are cuter than me. They deserve more attention.
Right.
He crawled up on me, and I had to give him attention, and now he's leaving me. Fine. That's lovely. Figures.
But anyway, so what I was trying to say earlier, though, is that, like, this idea that they're educating the general public that you're not allowed to ask someone not to film you, basically, or that there's no expectation of privacy or blah, blah, blah. What I see happening is that the general public, the only thing that they're learning, what they're being educated is that when they call the cops to get them to stop you, because they're not going to go hands-on, especially when you have a camera out, because then they'll get in trouble for assault, right? So they call the cops come. Now the cops are going to say, well, I can't do anything. People are not learning, hey, when these guys come, I have to leave them alone because the cops can't do anything. No, they're learning the cops aren't going to do nothing, so I'm going to take it into my own hands. And we're starting to see more and more people going hands-on with these idiots.
Yeah, we're going to see that. I mean, that's the thing too. If people call the police because that's their job. They want the police to get rid of this thing that is causing disruption to their business and to even their very lives. Yes. Now, one could argue, well, the police can't be summoned for every minor inconvenience, but especially if you're a business owner, I feel like that you have some right to that. But when the cops don't take care of it, what's society going to think? That, like, okay, the police won't help us. The only people who could deal with this is ourselves. And you're going to have people take the law into their own hands. I mean, we've seen frauditors get their cameras smashed or hit by baseball bats, and all that stuff. Like, we've seen it. And it sucks to see those people get arrested for it, when I think that, I mean, I've always,
they're the victim. If
I were to propose a piece of legislation, I want to propose something called the FAFO Act, which is, if you end up in a situation that you created, meaning that if your actions if it could be proven that your actions led to this, you're the one who's the responsible party. You are held accountable for what happened, or at the very least, you can't charge the other party. Right. So, like, if you decide, like, for instance, if you're a guy who decides to run into a minority neighborhood in a very, very openly racist thing, it's like, okay, yeah, the First Amendment lets you do this, but if you're going to run around flipping everybody off and using racial slurs like crazy, and you get your ass kicked, then I feel like that they should look at that and say, okay, you made the choice to go and do this, so therefore you cannot pursue criminal charges against the people who did this to you because you could have prevented it. You created the situation.
Absolutely.
You FAFO'd.
Have you seen the Kentucky Fried movie?
Oh God, it's been forever.
Well, there's the part where there's the stunt man, and his stunt is he goes into, he's a skinny little Jewish white guy, and he walks into the railroad tracks, and there's a whole bunch of, he's in the ghetto, and he screams the word, and they just look at him, and then he just takes off running. They're like, that kind of thing,
Well, exactly. That's the idea. It's like it should be a law that says okay, if it's determined that you went there looking for trouble and you got it, then that's on you. You're responsible for it. They can't. The people who did it to you, you should have thought of that before. Because you weren't an innocent victim. You weren't just there for another reason. If you showed up for the sole purpose to stir up shit, and shit happens, that's you.
Right. These guys ask so much for someone to do something. In fact, just last week, I think it was, I was watching an SGV video where he literally was telling the guy, do something. So the dude hopped over the fence and did something. And then, of course, SGV called the cops and got the guy arrested.
Yeah, and I think that if the prosecution looks at that and say, you know what, in this case, if what I proposed existed under the FAFO Act, it's like this guy was provoked. I feel like that. If you provoke someone into committing violence against you, then that should be taken into consideration.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, I heard some people mention things like unclean hands doctrine, or I think someone also mentioned fighting words. It's like,
yes.
If you set yourself up to get hurt, that's your freaking fault.
Yeah, there used to be, and I've said this a million times, in the old days, people wouldn't even do stuff like this because, it took care of itself. If you walked up to somebody and talked the way these people talk, they'd fold you up and it'd be done. You took your beating and you took your lumps and went on against the, along with your life. And that was
there was a time in our society where if you acted like a jackass, that person could walk up to you, slap you across the face with a glove, and demand satisfaction. In which case, go out to the lawn with pistols and walk 10 paces. That's what it was.
I've specifically said many times when these people say, "Well, our founding fathers made the First Amendment," blah blah blah. Yeah, and they wrote that when duels were
they wrote that where if you had a problem, you went outside and you threw down. I mean, just ask Alexander Hamilton. Oh wait, you can't.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, goodness. After everything he did, all he got was a musical and a reference in a Got Milk commercial. I mean, people know who Aaron Burr is more than him, I guess. I don't know.
Oh man, it's great stuff.
Granger brings up a good point. Just touching one of these frauds' cameras is an assault in their estimation. Well, okay. What if we granted that the camera was an extension of their body? That means that if you're filming into a place you're not supposed to go, it should be the same as you standing in it.
Yes.
That's what I think it is. It should be that. If the camera's part of you and you're using it as a way to circumvent the means of creating privacy, as in you're lifting it up over the fence, putting it up above in an upper story window. If you're using it, that is the same as you being in there. Like that. Let's do that. Let's level the playing field here. So if someone hits it, fine. They're assaulting you by breaking your property. But it also means if you're using your property to do something you shouldn't be doing, that's the same as you doing it.
Right. I like that. There you go.
I like that too. Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely. That makes sense.
That extent? Let's take it all the way to that extent.
Yeah, because I'm thinking you're using something that enhances your eyes, your ears, and your memory. And under normal circumstances, your eyes and your ears and your memory won't be able to access or be able to collect information from a place that has privacy means. But a camera can circumvent all that.
Absolutely. And Kay Adams was talking about her cat. I wanted to highlight this because I just thought it was cool. So I stepped away to get ready to go out, and I came back to my little kitty laying in front of the computer listening to this instead of trying to shut it down. She likes you.
She approves.
All right.
Great.
Well, I think Fezzington being in my frame is the only reason people don't want to shut me off.
Great stuff. This is great though. Oh man, we're having a lot of fun. This Saturday night show is always a blast. Good time. So I want to ask you guys, what do you want to look at next. I got two options. We got Frauditor Troll talking about Taco Terry's jail time, or Blackheart Knight talking about how many frauditors have been arrested in the last few days.
Actually, before that, I want to see your video of you going out and trying to defraud it.
Oh, yes.
Oh, the one that I did? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's so weird. It's like it's my channel, and yet I always get kind of like weird about showing my own videos. Like,
No, it's okay. I mean, it's perfectly fine to do that. Hey, while we're waiting to cue that up, let's see. I've got some reading material here. Maybe I could go all, how should I put it? Romance audiobook style here.
There you go.
So you want to be a frauditor? Congratulations on your decision to dedicate your life to being a professional jackwagon. I can assure you, you will find your new chosen profession will increase your arrest record and at least tenfold. Increase your chances of being trespassed by over 15,000%. And will make almost everyone you meet hate your guts.
Yes. The opening paragraph of the greatest book ever written. That's okay.
I mean, part of me thought about having Fezzington read portions of it, and because I was going to do a Fezzington Reads side series. I'm thinking I can always have him just quote excerpts from your book.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see the bit where Kick was reading it?
Yes.
Yeah, that was good stuff. And then Uncle Arty read it too, but he did it in character as Turd Snurdly.
Yeah. It was like, I mean, I gotta say though, man, I'd say about a third way through your book, and I mean, you gave it a lot of thought, man. I gotta give credit where it's due. You really did your homework on this, and it's a great thing. Anyone out there who doesn't have it, I'd recommend it.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. So with that being said, and it's funny, we have a guest on here to plug their stuff, and he's plugging my stuff. Thank you so much. All right. So here we go with my video I posted yesterday. This is just off the cuff. I decided to do an audit while I was outside. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So here I am in a public place. Decided to take these frauditors on their challenge and find me some of these tyrants. But see, there's a problem. See, I'm looking around, and like I'm outside. I'm in public, and I'm filming. But I don't understand what's going on. See,
you're not getting arrested.
I'm not getting trespassed. I'm not getting arrested. I don't understand what the problem is. How come these cops aren't attacking me? I'm filming, and I'm outside, and that's what happens when you film outside. Is that cops attack you, right? And they just beat you up for no reason and throw cuffs on you and trespass you. But look, I'm walking. Hello, tyrants, come get me.
I love that.
Yeah, Granger's right. This reminds us of Shrugged Cat's audit of the post office. That was great.
Wait a minute. Is it possible? Is it possible that the frauditors lied to me? No, say it ain't so.
Yeah, that was great. I love that.
That was hilarious.
Did you see the ones where I audited in 3 different states?
Oh no, I don't think I saw that one.
You want to watch that real quick?
Yeah.
I did that.
I once had an idea. It was a bold plan, but I ended up not doing it, probably because I knew it would somehow compromise my anonymity. But I was going to, when I found out Broken Sister Broken Trust's address, at the time he owned a home, I wanted to mail him a fez, just so he could make it official. And I was going to film myself. First of all, I was going to have it sent anonymously, so he would not know who it's from. And then after a while, I would release a video of me putting it in the box and sealing it, and then handing it to the lady at the post office. But I would go in there first and ask permission. Hey, is it okay if I film a bit of a prank I want to do, for a friend? I'd make sure there's nobody there. I'd come at the end of the day, and I would just film putting it in the box, closing it, walking up to the counter. It's like, here it is. Like, I pay for the thing. It's like, all right, thanks. Have a great day. And that's it. That would be my whole. It says, oh, Tones Overthinks it audits a post office. Oh, wait, he was shipping something.
No. Nice.
Like, but in the end, I ended up not doing it. Plus, I didn't want to spend the money on a fez for Josh.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Now, mailing one to Arty, on the other hand.
Oh, there you go. No, that's all right. What I'm about to show, this is what happened was, ever since my wife and I split up, the kids spend summers with me, and then like right now they're with her, and I'm in Florida and she's in Wisconsin. So I was driving the kids back from Florida to Wisconsin, and when we would stop, I decided to do different audits in different states during the trip, you know. So here's so my kids pop up a few times in these videos, but here we go. This is me auditing in 3 different states.
Alan Newcastle sits alone watching YouTube videos on his computer when suddenly he hears an all too familiar cry for help.
There is no expectation of privacy in public.
There's no need to fear. HEZ is here.
Dancing Blandino.
Well, hello, guys. Welcome back to the channel over by there. And today we got something a little bit different for you. So, I had to drive the kids from Florida to Wisconsin. So we took a trip and we stopped a few times on the way. And I decided when we were stopped to actually go out and do some audits, because auditors are always daring me in my comments to try it and see what happens. And I decided that I was going to act like a human being and see if they're really honestly telling the truth, that they're just out there acting like normal humans and they're getting harassed and arrested and people are giving them a hard time. So I did it in 3 different states. And I'm sitting here talking to you. I'm not in jail. I didn't get in any arguments or any fights. I didn't get pepper sprayed. I didn't have to pepper spray anybody. Nobody threatened to beat me up. I didn't have to tell anybody that there's no expectation of privacy in public. It almost seems like, and I might be wrong, but it almost seems like frauditors have a tendency to lie. I don't know, man. My excuse has always been that they purposely go out of their way to cause confrontation, and they say, no, 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 no. So let's see what happened when I tried it. You're going to enjoy this, guys. This is some fun stuff. I kept a little bit of the stuff with my kids in there just because they're so cute. All right. Anyway, I hope you enjoy this. And let's have some fun with this audit. Fraudit. Blah, blah, blah.
Hey, guys. Hezekiah Jenkins here with the First Amendment audit of the rest stop here in Georgia. We'll be checking that out in a minute. But first, right off the bat, I already saw, look at this, trying to tell me what to do before I even walk in here. No pets allowed. Yeah. That sign doesn't trump my rights. I have a right to bring my animal wherever I want. But let's see if they respect my right to film in public. Let's see. This is, what is this place called? Let's see. I'm here traveling and thinking, well, hey, I might as well get some footage, some real newsworthy content for my YouTube. I saw something that I really think I need to report on for the news purposes. And look at this. It's the Blue Star Memorial Highway. Uh-oh. I think we're in Georgia. Let's see. What does this say? Blue Star Memorial Highway, a tribute to the armed forces that have defended the United States of America. Sponsored by the Garden Club of Georgia. Beautiful. In cooperation with Cordell Garden Club in Cordell, Georgia. All right. National Council of State Garden Clubs. Look at that. There they go again, trying to tell me what to do. Who they think they are, those tyrants. Okay, so here I am, ladies and gentlemen, Hezekiah Jenkins, broadcasting live from rest area number 13 in Dooley County, Georgia. That's right. And we're just filming here at this place because I never been here before and I wanted to see what they got. By the way, I do have to mention, because I got a lot a lot of a shellacking in my comments for calling it Cordell, Georgia, from all the people of Georgia. It's Cordell, Georgia. Cordell. Don't... Like, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Hey, look at it this way. That was the worst you could have done. Frauditors, they do a lot worse.
And you know what I missed on, because this was all, off the cuff. Like I said, I just was like there and I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm going to film something. Why not? I should have said that there was no CRS code on the bottom of that no pet sign or whatever, like there's no law attached to that. I was going to see if I could find someone who worked there so that I could actually I would talk to them ahead of time, but get into it with them about the sign or see what would happen. But I mean, it was just completely open place, you'll see there was nothing there, but that just made it even more fun because I wasn't looking for trouble and I didn't get any. Wow. What a surprise.
And I saw, like I said earlier, some newsworthy content. I wanted to show you guys this. Oh wait, we got the state of Georgia salutes. This is going to be fun. Let's see what they got. Oh look, ashtray. State of Georgia salutes the 77,000 Georgians who served in World War I, the 1,937 killed in action, 319 was, oh wow, XPO. This is actually kind of depressing, but very important stuff. So actually, I'm going to keep this on the screen for a minute. Maybe you guys could pause the video and watch it later. Anyway, let's get to the important stuff, the newsworthy content. This is why I'm an independent journalist, to teach you guys stuff like this here. So now wait till you see the audacity. First of all, notice how people walk past me and I did not refocus my camera on them.
Exactly.
I got this men's room here. Look at this. Look. Can you believe that? How dare they? The tyranny. And then this is completely insane. Now this is newsworthy. This is public information that needs to be disseminated to the public. Look at this. Empty vending machine. Absolutely nothing in there. Now how the heck am I supposed to express my right to buy snacks if there ain't no snacks in that machine? Of course, the one next to it's full. But that's beside the point. Remember, this is a First Amendment audit. Then look at these tyrants. Look at this. Restroom closed just because that one's open.
Isn't that a fire hazard?
That one's open. And that one's
what?
Isn't that a fire hazard? Did they close off the restrooms?
Right. But that's the thing I'm pointing out. If you look at this rest stop, I kind of am pointing it out right now, but there's 6 restrooms. So they have the one closed for cleaning, one men's and one women's closed for cleaning, and then 2 others of each open. So it's they're doing one at a time, one men and one woman, and then when they're done with those, and they'll close the other ones, and then open
Yeah, whenever frauditors see a closed door or locked door, they say, "Oh, it's a fire hazard."
Oh yeah, of course. But everything needs to be hidden behind locked doors because if not, then you're not creating your own privacy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's open.
The whole world would be a fire hazard.
And there's more vending machines with more stuff in them.
Just not all bodily,
Ladies and gentlemen. Because
Yes.
what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to keep my journalistic integrity if every time I look at something it's full and it's full? That's not newsworthy. It's the empty one. That's the big news report. So it looks like these tyrants are violating my rights by not letting me go in the closed bathroom and not letting me bring my dog here. And if I had a dog with me, I'd be more than happy to express my right to have a dog and show how tyrannical they are by putting up a sign that doesn't go over my constitutional rights. I'm sorry. This is obviously a satirical audit, but I've never been in Georgia like this, and this is actually really cool. Look at that sky. That's beautiful. Beautiful. This weather's great. Came here in fall. It's perfect time. Just left Florida. It was all hot. Notice how I'm filming this whole time, talking to the camera the whole time, and I'm not getting tackled by the cops. Oh my God. Georgia must be on another planet, huh? It's surprising because the way auditors talk, you'd think I'd be in jail by now.
All right. Well, I guess officially, ladies and gentlemen, rest stop 13 here in Georgia. Oh, man. Let me do this back this way. This is my first audit, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still having a little bit of trouble doing it just right. Well, not my first sarcastic audit, actually. Walking in sunshine. Well,
this probably
walking on
could use some
sunshine.
editing. But
Oh, it's Dooley County, yeah. So, rest area 13 in Dooley County failed miserably due to their closed bathrooms and their one vending machine that was empty, and their violation of my civil rights by putting a no pets allowed sign. We're going to have to change that. Go ahead and look this place up if they have a phone. Definitely don't phone bomb them and tell them to fill that stupid vending machine, because that's what freedom and justice and liberty and destroying tyranny is all about, is getting a couple pops in that machine or some snacks or something. All right. Anyway, I got the kids. Say hello, kid. Say hello to the kid. Ow. The kid just closed the door on my arm. All right, guys. See you later. Peace. Oh, my goodness gracious me. We're in Nashville, Tennessee. Yes, downtown Nashville. Say hello.
It's me, and I love this haunted place. We got haunted city and everything.
Yeah.
This place is so cool. Let me show you around. That's the rainbow we crossed.
Come on, we got the cross signal. Yeah, I'm doing a First Amendment audit of the crosswalk. Trying to tell me what to do. Showing a person. Look at that. Those horrible tyrants telling me what's up.
Look how high up you are from there.
Wow. This place is cool, man. But, so I was in Atlanta or Georgia, right? And I brought out my phone. I started filming, and I didn't get arrested. I don't understand. According to the First Amendment auditors, if you get out and film, they're going to just grab you and beat you with a stick and throw you in a box. I don't know why they haven't done that to me yet. And now I'm in a whole nother state.
They give me anxiety. That's scary.
So now I'm in a whole nother state. Nashville, Tennessee, downtown. And I don't know. I ain't been arrested yet. I don't understand. I'm still filming. Look at this. Filming buildings. Nobody's bothering me. You'd think, based on the fact that nobody's messing with me, you would think that auditors lie. You don't think that's possible, do you?
No.
I don't know. They might. Oh, look at that tyrant light telling me not to walk.
Let's go down this way, and then we go around and come back.
All right.
Just so we can see the AT&T building.
All right, my son wants to check out. I'm joking. See, I'm doing a parody. Yeah, here we are, guys.
The
There's
street lights
AT&T
violate
building.
your
That looks
right
really
to
cool.
travel.
What's that?
The street lights violate your right to travel.
Well, I was actually about to say that is how you properly exercise your right to travel, sir.
Yeah. I'm on foot. And see, and that this one that in here right now, the Nashville one, is the thing, because I had a excuse me, a lot of frauditors come in my comments and say, well, you went to a rest stop and then another rest, like you didn't really go to any real places. I'm walking downtown Nashville, and you'll see in a minute I get in a conversation with some civilians, and no fights, no arguments, no expectations of privacy in public discussions, none of that,
Wow.
If I may add as a rebuttal to them saying, oh, you didn't go anywhere, neither do they. What branch of the government does the post office serve? What legislative power do they have?
Right.
It's like,
exactly.
It's like, how does filming the post office hold the government accountable? What does the post office do?
How about all these guys like NC Tyrant Hunter that does truck stops?
Yeah.
Or people who do restaurants.
Yeah,
like
private
like
businesses.
literally people on the street, Yeah, private businesses. It's all nonsense.
Yeah.
Janice is like, are you sure you're not invisible? But and again, what I was going to say earlier is like there is a little bit of editing in here, but I purposely tried not to edit it too much because on one hand I was like, well, I could make it a lot tighter. with some edits. But on the other hand, I was thinking I wanted it to feel more like one of their videos, and they have so much dead air and nonsense. I was trying to like balance the two, to make it more of a parody of them by having more nothing in it,
Yeah.
But let's get back to it and see. You'll see, like I said, in a minute, I'll get in a conversation with some people on the street. Oh, and guess what? They're not even in the video. You could hear them though.
Well, maybe I could get a better shot of it. Let me flip the camera so I can actually see what I'm filming. Hi, my name is Douchebag De Castro. I'm a constitutional law schooler, and I can prove it because I always have my face on camera while I walk downtown. For those of you who've been following my channel, you know that I'm driving the kids back from Florida to Wisconsin, and we're making just some stops on our trip. And right now, we're stopped in good old Nashville, Tennessee. And I've been filming for a few minutes now, and I ain't been arrested yet. So I don't know what's going on, man. Like I said, according to the Frauditors, I should already be in jail or getting beat or locked up. Oh, what are you doing? Bratty children. We're Yanks. We don't know what we're doing down here. Kansasville, Wisconsin. Yeah, over by, huh? Where you live at? Kansasville, Wisconsin. Yeah. Yeah, it's in the middle of nowhere between nothing and corn.
We get corn.
Oh, yeah, right there. You know all about that.
Have a good one.
All right, you too. Yeah, you too.
Wow, how did that interaction go the way it did?
Great.
Yeah, but how come?
They were tyrants.
How
They were
come
clearly
weren't-
tyrants.
Yeah, and how come they weren't swearing at me and trying to violate my First Amendment right? I don't understand.
Well, they were in some way because, everyone's a tyrant and everyone violates your rights. So it wasn't, outwardly visible, obvious, but they were, they were thinking about it. They were thinking about violating your rights.
It's like the key thing of this is you acted like a normal person. That's the
Right.
point.
Yeah.
It's like, it's the way all frauditors act. Their behavior is crafted specifically to be noticeable, to get attention, to seem unusual.
Yes.
And that's what it's all about. Like if you said nothing and you were just filming them, just staring at them, just being like, they'd be like going, "Hi, can we help you?" or whatever, and like, and then if you start doing the stupid shh or whatever, or
Yes.
if you just flip them off, it's like what the heck, it's like exactly like you acted like a decent normal person.
Whoa.
Nobody
could you
cares when you act like a normal person.
Right. And the whole point that I think that really, really drives home is the fact that I just got into a conversation with random people on the street, downtown Nashville, with my camera rolling the whole time. No fight, no argument, no problem. But wait, I thought everyone was afraid of a camera. And my argument is it's not the camera, it's the cameraman. Well, can we prove it? Did they attack me because I had a camera? Exactly. The cameraman, not the camera. It's the camera itself isn't the issue.
Yeah.
And what's really stupid is like if you look at what is it, a massive shit press, like he tries to play it off like what he's doing is similar to what you just did. It's like, yeah, like he does engage people, or someone say like, "Oh, hey, how's it going?" or whatever. He says, "Oh, hi." But if someone asks a question, he goes out of his way to give the most condescending answer possible. Like if they just say like, "Oh, what are you doing?" It's like, "Oh, we're just taking pictures." It's like, but then if they specifically hover in front of a business, and if someone says like, "What are you doing?" Like, "Oh, we're just taking pictures." If the owner just goes, "Oh, okay," and they just leave them, it's like, I bet you they won't stick around. I bet they'll take off because they want someone who takes issue.
Yes, exactly.
It's like I feel like that should be the first answer everyone gives, and then we'll see. Does he try to push?
Oh, he will.
Yeah.
He always
Yeah.
will. I've actually pointed this out in a couple of my videos in the past, where I took it and I kind of like put in slow motion and would point it out as it was going. I forget exactly who it was. I think it was Anselmo from Auditing America, but he was in a DMV and he was panning across the DMV and there were a ton of customers in there. And I pointed out how like there's this person sitting there and he films them for a second and then moves on to the next person, films them for a second, moves on to the next person. That person, after like the third or fourth person, grabbed something and held it in front of their face like they didn't want to be filmed, and boom.
And he holds. Yeah, he was hunting.
Yep, he found the victim. You know, he was looking for a mark. Found the person who didn't want to be filmed. That's who I'm going to focus in my camera on now. And that's the deal. Like with this just now, I totally could have turned that into a real fraud. When those people came up to me and started talking, all I had to do was turn my camera back at them. And like you said, not say anything or say something sarcastic or be a jerk, you know? And then they'd be like, well, what the heck? You know, why are you filming me? You know, and it's a big problem. But instead, hey, how you doing? Oh, you're in town, short time. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we're from out of town too. Hey, nice meeting you. Yeah, you too. Have a nice day. Done. You know?
Exactly.
A human conversation, believe it or not.
Oh my goodness. Did you see that? Can you believe when you're nice to people the way they talk to you? How horrible. Look at this. This place is beautiful. Yeah, you know what? Screw this nonsense. Man, these auditors are like, well, why don't you go out and audit? I'll tell you why. Because I want to look at this, not look at my camera looking at this. So I'm going to enjoy my trip. And you guys enjoy this video. Hey, guys. There's a guy here again. And we're auditing the Kentucky Welcome Center and see how they violate my rights to record random stuff that doesn't make sense why anyone would want to record it. Let's see how this works. All right. Ooh, it's open. The door's not locked. Looks like a public place to me. Let's
Public
see.
building.
Signs here and notes and stuff. Yep, now that's newsworthy. Look at that. Now that's what I call public information dissemination of the nation. All right, let's see. Ooh, here's some stuff that's actually worth filming. That's cool. That's some cool stuff. We got pictures on the wall. Look at that.
But see, even now, if someone walked up there and said, like,
Hello.
"Oh, hey, how's it going?" or "Hey, can we help you?" Like, you would just, you'd be 100% serious. You just, Laura says, like, "Oh no, we're just walking around. We're from out of town," or blah 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 blah. It's like, and they go, "Okay." And if they say, "Oh, like if they tell you, oh, you can't film in here," what would be your response? You'd be like, "Oh, sorry about that," and then,
right?
Just start, and just say, like, I was, hoping, like, you turn off your camera and then you say, well, I was hoping to, we're just passing through, wanted to see if there's any points of interest. Can you recommend any spots that are around here that I can film? Like, is there any part of this area? And they say, like, oh yeah, you can go over to this, you can go to this section or just outside the courtyard. All right, great, thank you, done.
Right, and you picked the perfect timing to say that because right here there are some random people that are saying hello and what's up, and we're just about to have that conversation. And of course, I handle it like a normal human, so it's all good. Yeah, it's exactly what happens. Like right now, I'll rewind it a little bit.
That's some cool stuff. We got pictures on the wall. Look at that. Oh, hello. How you doing? Oh, poor little guy. All right. Oh, look at this. Leaflets and flyers.
See that lady? Well, hey, what's up, right?
Oh, this is pretty cool, actually. Like, for reals. Look at this. I think that's a real dinosaur skull, guys.
That's cool.
Actually, it's pretty cool.
It is.
Well, it tells the story. Nice. Look at fossils. The shark teeth and stuff they got over there.
So, see, this is an example of the kind of thing, like the excuse that the frauditors always try to use, and it's BS, but it's like, oh, look, here's something that someone might actually want to film, real fossils that were found in the area and put on display in a public building. Right? like logically, it makes sense. Someone might actually want to film something like that, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't get all the clicks and views, so they have to start a confrontation.
Right, exactly. Anyway, that goes on for like another minute. The only other thing in here is that we find an old payphone, and like my son wants me to teach him how to use a payphone, but then it turns out it's not. It's just there
That's funny.
So that's that. But then anyway, so yeah, that's just an example of, and I also at one point I did a post office audit too, and I edited into one of my videos where I was making fun of frauditors, and I say in the video, like, doing the post office audit and not having any problems was really easy. All I did was I asked.
Oh my goodness!
Go ahead.
And you know what the crazy thing is? The crazy thing is, and if anyone, any experts can tell me I'm wrong, please do. But the way like how Poster 7 stuff works is you technically have permission when you walk in. They have the authority to revoke that permission if what you're doing becomes disruptive. So you can go in. I mean, you could still ask them first and say like, "Hey, I'm making a video or something. Am I going to be bothering anybody if I do that?" And if they say no, go knock yourself out. Then you do it, and then as long as you don't disrupt anything, they have no problem. But then if you are disruptive, they say, "Oh, okay, maybe you're taking it a little too far now." It's like, so we're going to have to rescind that thing. That's what they can do.
Right.
But yeah, it's always good to ask as a courtesy. Even if you don't have to, ask. And that's the thing. Frauditors have no concept of common sense or common courtesy.
Yep.
Because was it someone? Yeah, empathy. I remember one guy asking, like, "Oh, do you have anything about? Or like, what about empathy?" He says, "Empathy is not law." I said, "That's the problem. That right there, because they say, oh, it's not about feelings. It's like it is feelings. Feelings make us human. All right. We don't. I'm pretty sure I speak for a lot of people, but I decide not to murder someone, not because it's written down in a book somewhere, but because I feel that's the wrong thing to do.
Yep.
Okay. It's like it doesn't have to be in a law for me to not do it. But because there's some irresponsible, stupid people out there, we had to make it a law.
Right.
But
let me ask your opinion on this, because I say this to these guys a lot. And they all, well, first of all, I'll tell you what I say and what their normal answer tends to be, but then you tell me what you think about it. What I always like to say to these guys, the argument that I make is, okay, so you're saying you're filming. Why? Because legally I can. And I want to educate people that it's legal to film in public. Okay, so how about, what's up, Legicator?
Hey, Legicator.
So, hey, ladies and gentlemen, Legicator's in the house. All right. So anyway, what I always ask is, okay, so technically no one's getting arrested or being locked in jail if they cheat on their wife. So should you cheat on her just to educate her that it's okay to cheat, that it's not?
Yeah.
How is that different than saying I'm filming you just to educate you? I can film you just because I can. And then the other thing that I say is, if you're trying to educate people that you can film them and there's nothing they can do, then because you can, right? Legally you can. Well, legally you could be nice. Well, legally you can, not be rude. And have empathy. But the answer I get from these guys is always like, well, I mean, if you want to cheat, that's your business. Like, yeah, but that doesn't address my question. My question is, why is it okay for you to do what you do, but you're not doing that? How come you're not?
Why did you pick this specifically?
Right.
Well, I actually asked Brooklyn Audits this question. It's like, oh, so anyone who receives funds via the taxpayers, is public property or anything, or is a public servant, or any property that's paid for is public property. It's like, okay, so and I asked him, and of course he said no, because I think he knew where I was going, but I think he was lying. I asked him, has he ever collected unemployment? Has he ever received benefits from the state? Did he cash the stimulus check he got during the pandemic? And if the answer to any of those questions is yes, it says, well, congratulations, you've been paid with federal money via taxpayers, so therefore you're now belong to the public.
Yeah,
it's like that's fact. It's like it's something. Why don't you go to public housing, or go harass veterans, because technically we paid their salaries. So go go audit the military or whatever, or people who receive state-sponsored healthcare. Why don't you go audit hospitals and bother the patients, who need a little extra help from the state to pay for their treatments,
Don't give them any.
Like, why don't you do all that? Huh?
Don't give them any ideas.
No, but no. If they do that, trust me, they're going to get their ass handed to them by somebody for sure. But the point is, although to be fair, Rogue Nation did go to the VA, but the fact is, why focus on just the police? It's like, if you feel like if the principle of it is that, then why aren't you applying it to everything? It's because it's not about that. It's about the police are the central thing. You make it about that. You claim it's for a larger issue, but you don't cover it at all.
Chad says,
oh God.
Educator, I did on this show, my Saturday show, every week I start off with a monologue. I do jokes, and about 2 weeks ago I did a joke. What was it? It was, I don't remember exactly how it went, but the punchline was, and Chili DeCastro backed out because it turned out his Chad was a Giga Chad actually named Chad. Anyway,
someone actually made a good point about it was Lilo Squirrels. Like, how about if the government started asking for receipts? The hover over there, how they spend their food stamps. Someone said this. I can't take credit for it, but someone wishes a cop would say, when someone says, "I pay for your salary," I want a cop to say back, "Yeah, and I paid for your unemployment."
Right.
Or I paid for your food stamps or something like that. It's like, yeah, that would just be a great thing to say back to them, because it's true. Like, officers pay taxes too.
Oh yeah. And there was another one that I heard somebody say would be funny, is if someone said, "Hey, I pay your salary," if the person in the office or the cop or whoever they were yelling at would say, "Oh, okay," and take like a penny out of their pocket and say, "Well, here's your money back. That's about the percentage of your."
Yeah. I actually calculated that. I was roughly close to it. I actually think I was. I think I actually underestimated the amount, but or overestimated. Actually, it's even less. But I calculated based on how many employees the LAPD has, not just officers, but just employees in general, based on an average salary, based on the population, based on statistics of how much each individual per household spent per year. You basically paid less than 2 cents per employee.
Yep.
So if you're encountering a single officer, you have paid that officer for the year like 1 point something cents. It's like not even 2 whole pennies. It's like that. That's how that, and therefore that is your percentage of importance in the grand scheme of things. Like they serve everybody else, just as much as they serve you, but them collectively, if what they want matters, or what they want matters more.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of crazy and quite amazing, really, the way that the logic, and I always call it illogical logic, right? But the logic that these guys have, they always, and I've said it so many times, if you actually think through any of their arguments to the logical conclusion, they always fall apart. Somewhere on your trip to try and find the end, it leads to an empty road of nothing. It's
like flat earthers. You ask enough questions, you'll come to the point where it's like they can't answer. Anytime you've ever watched a Frauditor debate, you always know when a Frauditor has reached the point where that point where it falls apart, when they just start devolving into nothing but petty insults.
Yes.
It's like, like if I ever got into a debate, and I know I couldn't because the times I have, I've lost my shit on Frauditors. But if they say like, well, oh yeah, or you're a clown or you're dumb, I say, okay, I'm a clown. How does that make your argument valid?
Yeah.
How does that prove your point? How does it prove your case? How is me being a clown or an asshole? Like, how does that prove your case?
All right, take it easy, Educator. Good seeing you. Thanks for dropping in.
Educator. But I've always wanted to ask that, like, how does that work? How does that prove your point?
So I'm on Paul Unslaved panel a few months ago. Wolverine Transparency was there, BSBT was there, everybody was there. Big, huge panel of all these famous idiots. And they're talking, and we were actually having a relatively decent conversation until one of them said, well, here, that's okay. Let me try and explain it to you this way. First, let me ask you a question. Have you ever put a diaper on your face? And I knew he was talking about face masks. I'm not stupid, but I wasn't going to give them that, right? Because I've never actually put a diaper on my face. Like literally, I've never
Because
done
face
that.
masks aren't diapers. It would have been
Right.
safe to say no.
Oh, I did. He said, "Have
Okay.
you ever put a diaper on your face?" And I said, "No." And then, okay, you know what I mean. You're just playing dumb. Have you ever wore a mask? I'm like, yeah. Immediately from that point on, the whole rest of the interview was them saying that I'm fat and I'm stupid and I'm out of shape.
Yeah, they ran out of things to argue, so they did
Mhm.
that.
Yeah, like,
It's like, I
okay.
mean, but see, I'm the kind of person where I don't go down without a fight. I pretty much would say like, well, I'm sorry if you can't tell the difference between a face mask and a diaper. You know, that's
Right,
on you, man. I mean, you know, like you asked me a serious question, like, have I put a diaper on my face? No, I have not gone out and bought a pack of Huggies and slapped one on my face. I put a face mask on because that's its intended purpose. If you can't tell the difference between them, you're the dumbass.
Yeah, and
It's like, you know, why can't you tell? Why do you think they're the same? Like, explain to me that. Why do you think they're the same object?
Because they're stupid.
Exactly. It's like they wouldn't, and then they would probably be talking over, going, no, you're a clown, blah, 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 blah. It's like, and again, I'd ask the question: how is me being a clown answer the question of why you can't tell the difference between those two items? It's like that's who I am. I'm very argumentative. I have anger control issues too, so I probably devolve, but that's just me.
I will admit that during that whole bit, while they were going off on me, I did do this. I turned my camera off like I did just now, and I turned it back on like this. It would say.
So I would probably get angry to the point like if Wolverine Transparency is there, I say, let me ask you a question, and I think you could tell me the answer to this. You're the only one who probably knows. What is the sound of one hand clapping? Like I said, I have secured my place in hell by asking that question, but
you know.
But it's like that's what these guys do to me. They make me so pissed. I say things that I can't take back. Now, to be fair, I said it in a different kind of context here, so you know.
But with him though, like, you know, he was yelling at me the other day because I was in his chat trying to ask him some questions, and he's like, you don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a problem with cops. I don't understand why you would think that I have a problem with cops.
You spend your time going out looking for them to yell at them. That sounds like a problem.
How can I
says,
not
I'm just redressing my government. It's like in another town that's run by a local government you yourself didn't elect.
Right.
That's another thing too. It's like, I'm sorry, but this is about the whole DMA thing where they're in Sheridan. They don't live in Sheridan. They're not registered to vote in Sheridan. That's not their government to redress. They didn't participate in any election that selected them.
Did you see my video where I used my voodoo dolls as Regan and
yes,
she did the voice, Frauditors News Network and the DMA, the whole Sheridan thing, man, and it keeps going. I
know they are laying siege to this town. I'm thinking, you know, at some point this town is gonna be completely in agreement that they're a pain in the ass, and no one's gonna take them seriously.
Yep.
I mean, they probably went and looked to find out. Okay, do they have any warrants? Because God knows they put themselves out there so much that eventually they're going to find out. And they said, "Oh yeah, they do," and they picked them up on them. And you know, I was going to talk about this, but in a separate thing. But I'll do it here. Why not? This is a way to get all the stuff off my chest I wanted to that I never got to make videos for.
Right
DMA said in a stream, like, "Oh, this is retaliation." Well, you know what? It is, but it's not. It's a legal form of retaliation. You've put so much attention on yourself that usually they don't have to go looking to find out if you've committed, or they have discretion. They don't have to charge you with certain petty offenses. They could just say, "Oh, it's not important." But if you're pissing them off, they're like, "Well, my job requires me to do this, and my discretion lets me not do it. Well, I don't feel like cutting you a break." So yeah, that's the reality. You're going to get retaliated against in the form of them just choosing not to look the other way.
Mm-hmm.
And not just that, but I mean, 90% of these people, their whole life is retaliation against the cops. They got busted for something at some point, and because of that, dedicated the rest of their lives to retaliating against the cops for busting them.
Their feelings were hurt.
Yes.
Yeah, like Chili, when he was 18 years old, he was arrested and put in torture cuffs.
I know, it's like,
And
let it
the rest of his
go,
life,
man.
yeah, and now he's spending the rest of his life obsessed with them.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. I mean, it's just, you know,
They
I mean,
can
the guy completely blew his acting career by just not being able to let things go and to just stop being an egotistical prick. I mean, it's just,
Well, that is exactly right. Because I mean, a lot of people have talked about it, but if you look into it and you hear the full story behind why he wasn't one of the Power Rangers, because he had the part. It's not like
He did. Oh wow.
Yeah, he was a Power Ranger. He had the part.
Oh.
He was in the show
yeah. But before they started filming, he got his ass fired for just, you know, it's like
for acting the way he acts.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you have to consider something. This was a franchise that was not willing to step in when the first Blue Ranger was getting bullied for being gay.
Right.
As in, if you had to be that, if you were that much of a dick that the showrunners decided, okay, that's enough, we're kicking your ass out, he had to have done something really bad. He had to have been a real pain to work with.
Well, it was, yeah. There's a story behind it, but you know, that's because they never took any action other than firing him.
Yeah.
So at this point, it's all technically conjecture because, you know, agreements.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some dark reasoning behind that for sure.
Supposedly
But
it had something to do with the female Rangers.
yeah,
Ranger.
well, it's Chili. Are we surprised?
Right. Right. Anyway, so with that being said, let's go with Taco Terry because this is a good one. I like this video.
Oh yeah.
This is
Okay.
Auditor talking about good old Taco Terry. Because of course, you know you're a legitimate journalist when you're dressed up like a unicorn, a grandma, or a taco, right?
Of course.
Oh my goodness gracious me. Let's see, where is it? Taco Terry. Frauditor Taco Terry found guilty. Yay!
Yeah, good riddance to Taco Terry. Yeah.
Seriously, the more of these guys they lock up, the better.
Yeah.
Of trespassing, and he's actually going to do some jail time this time. With that being said, enjoy the video. So just before I share the sentence with you guys, I wanted to show briefly the video that led to the arrest. So this is the crime he was charged with, and here's the video associated with it. So of course he loves publishing his crimes on YouTube, so it makes it very easy for us and the prosecutors to review the evidence of the crime.
Your bond company, you will lose your qualified immunity, and I will be suing you personally, sir.
I like how they always say this will happen, and it never does.
Never does. Yeah, exactly.
You will lose your qualified immunity. Well, they still have it.
We can all watch it together.
It takes an act of legislation to get rid of it.
I'm going to tie myself to your pension. I'm going to take your house.
Yeah, I can't stand Taco Terry's voice.
I can't stand it. Even worse when he starts singing.
Oh God.
That's when I look up to God. I'm like, why? Why? And then he's like, I always have a song in my heart. Ha ha. God.
As you see, that door there was open the entire time.
I think the only song they have in their hearts is Weird Al's "Dare to Be Stupid."
Yeah.
See, as I was telling him, by them shutting that door, that's in a violation of 10-201.
See? Shutting the door is in violation.
Obstruction of a public entranceway, doorway,
Oh, good Lord.
roadway, sidewalk.
Hey, if it was obstructed, how did he get outside? How did that person we just saw come in and out?
So you're throwing logic out there again.
Yeah. See, I worship at the altar of logic.
She's very cool and very nice. Oh, does that sound like someone causing a disturbance out here? Or does that sound like someone that acknowledging these people were actually nice to me?
See,
you guys
the cops don't want to hear your commentary, Terry.
So much, and you believe everything
Terry.
they say so much that you'll come out here just like guns ablazing, ready to treat someone like shit.
Oh gosh.
You boys, dude. You guys have 6 officers out here right now. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, bear in mind he's showing this to the officer to try to get him to do something for him, and he's saying all this garbage. It's like the officer's not going to do what he wants.
Yeah, because he wants the officer to ID him.
Yeah,
And he
you want-
wants,
We want,
even if the ID on the
again.
didn't give it to Taco Terry, but Taco Terry wants the information so he can go and press charges like he's the prosecutor.
Yeah, exactly. It's like he wants the officers to,
So, yeah, like I was
to
saying, I'm
pull a
gonna go
random
ahead and read his
person off the street, without due process. It's like these guys these guys are the ones who perceive a world of tyranny. Like they think the police will just arrest anybody that displeases them.
Yeah. Because it always everything revolves around them.
Yeah, because it always says the officer even, and this happened with Amagansett Press as well. Like when the officer watched the video and said, "Well, I didn't observe an assault. That doesn't constitute an assault." And the only argument Taco Terry has is, "Well, I say it is." It's like, well, good for you.
Yeah, you can't be judge and jury. You have to take my word for it.
Exactly.
I'm showing you proof.
Yeah,
But
it doesn't.
I'm the boss. I pay your salary, so you have to listen to me, and I'm telling you to arrest that guy. It reminds me of just last week. We were talking about DMA a minute ago, right?
Yeah.
Or, well, I mean, it wasn't last week that Regan said it, but going to the Sheridan meeting with the cop there, Martinez, who's a great cop who's lowered the crime rate in that town of Sheridan overall. And Regan gets up there and she's screaming at the top of her lungs, "Why is he working here? I told you guys to fire him." He doesn't even work and live in that
like you don't
city.
live there. Like who the hell are you?
Right. I thought I told you to fire this guy. Why didn't you listen to me? I'm your boss.
Because as if the other people who live in that town's opinion doesn't matter. It's like,
yeah, see, someone else in that town said don't fire him, and their opinion, that's they're the boss too. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, that's it's gonna sound crazy, but imagine a system where instead of one person saying, "Oh, this is what I want," and we're gonna do it, it's say, "Well, let's ask everybody, and then we'll count how many people said let's do this, and how many people said let's do that, and then whoever has the most, then we'll do it."
Right.
What a concept!
Imagine
a whole country could operate on this principle. Oh wait,
wow, we do.
Yeah,
that is exactly,
except in their world,
right? That's exactly.
Well, I mean,
right. No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, Terry will pick a fight with a poll worker, because I mean that shows his contempt for the election process.
Yes,
and for senior citizens,
and gets his head split open by an elderly man.
I know. It's like, all that proved that Taco Terry's a pussy.
You remember last November in the election how many frauditors audited polling places?
Yeah,
and they weren't allowed entry, and they all got our butt hurt. And that's when they wanted the feelings police to come and let them in because their feelings were hurt. They couldn't go in.
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
Indeed. And it's a little different thing, but that reminds me, like the whole idea of the way these guys always try and flip everything and twist everything with their words. Have you also noticed that the more their ego will not allow them to do something, the more they tell whoever they're auditing, "Why don't you let your ego go and do what I'm telling you to do?"
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. Not following orders is being egotistical?
Yeah.
Like, you're the one barking orders. You're the tyrant. Like, what do you... They give directives and you're supposed to follow them because they own a camera. And again, if you film them, that's the...
cam back. Uh-oh, no.
And I've said this before, but I'll say it again. When frauditors are like, "Oh, just because they have that badge, they can tell me what to do." Yes, that's
exactly.
These are the people that we have. These are the people that we have empowered to basically, to enforce the law or keep society in check or protect society, even from ourselves. That's the responsibility we gave them. Okay, so if they have that badge, that means that they have the authority to do what is necessary for the greater good. Like that's how it is. Now, if you think they shouldn't have it, we have systems in place that get rid of that fire or charge cops who act badly all the time. They act like it never happens, but it does.
Mm-hmm.
Police officers have been fired and charged. Judges have been fired and charged. It happens.
And that's one of the things too that also drives me particularly nuts is when these guys do say that, and it's like they don't see the irony in the fact that they'll be like, "Well, what about this cop who got in trouble for this, and this cop who got in trouble for that, and this judge who got..." Whoa, wait a minute. You're giving me a list of all the ones who got caught. They got caught.
Yeah.
The system works. The checks and balances works. And then I saw one complaining about having to go to internal affairs to turn in a cop. Like, why are you making me go through all these hoops to report this guy? But if they didn't have to go to internal affairs, it's like, no, I'm giving it to you guys. So, no, you guys are just going to thin blue line each other and help each other out. Like, it should be a good thing that they have to go to a third party. Uncle Arty, you already played your commercial. You missed it, brah.
Hey, Uncle Arty.
But yeah, Hez, you're right. Like there are systems in place. There are civilian review boards. There is internal affairs. Like, and the thing is, they're not all buddy. I mean, you know, like with internal affairs, like there's a reason they've got the nickname the Rat Squad. It's because they have an obligation to hold other officers accountable, even if they don't want to. It's like, no, that's our job. That's why I'm sure people like Dutch Doyle or Blue Bear could probably explain this better, but to choose the work in those departments, you know what you're getting into. You know that because it's your job to police the police, there may be some trust issues. Like some people might look at you differently because, hey, you're doing your job. If they were all buddy, then anyone could go be in internal affairs. It wouldn't be any different. But no, like you're tasked with keeping other cops in check. You're not going to be popular if you're doing the job right.
The only Farms Troll Mafia says Frauditors are just drama reaction channels from the early years of YouTube, just bringing the in real life and legal ramification of the illogic, anger, law enforcement, and that's exactly it. It's that's why I like the fact that Frauditor Troll is starting to refer to these guys as just shitty prank channels, because that's ultimately what they seem like, really, at this point. Frauditors don't understand how big of a deal it is if someone films a polling station. Those polling station managers can get in big trouble.
It's not that they don't understand. They don't care. That's the problem.
And let's not forget the fact that, I don't want to get political, but there seemed to have been some serious controversy around election integrity lately. It's like, that's caused massive issues. It's like, no, that's an issue too. It's like they want security to be in a good spot because they want to make sure that there's no room for jackwagon conspiracy theorists to claim the results were illegitimate.
Right. That's exactly right. And that was my big beef when the whole thing was going on during the last election in November, when all these frauditors were auditing the polling places, Long Island audits, all of these guys. And it's like, how can you possibly sit there and say that you don't understand why they have a problem with you filming? Like, the polling, are you serious? You don't understand what the problem is?
Cheese auditors laugh like hell. I love that name.
I love that one.
Great name.
It's just, I don't know. Like these guys, they're walking contradictions. It's frustrating. I'll be honest. It's hard to watch them sometimes. Sovereign citizens, you can have a good laugh because there is not even the slightest chance that they're right. Everything they're saying is so out there and ridiculous that there's no margin for error. And yet frauditors, they're harder to laugh at because they're using loopholes. Like they're basically performing legalized bullying.
Yep.
And that's just wrong. And in my opinion, one thing that really has me worried is that we live in a world where we're afforded great freedoms. But if too many people abuse that freedom, at some point,
we're losing them.
It gets taken away. What?
Don't forget, we're losing them. That's what they're fighting for.
There's a reason we'd be losing them if we really were. I don't like I said, I don't want to get political, but if I may jump one more amendment back a bit, forward, one amendment forward, we have laws to regulate firearms, even though the Constitution says we have a right to them. Well, we wouldn't need those laws if everybody who ever got one was responsible with them. Okay, even in the harrowing times of the Wild West, there was some semblance of responsibility when people owned firearms. Okay, like you had plenty of good guys with guns, and you had plenty of bad guys with guns, but you knew who they were. It was easy. And then as time went on, as people were becoming more and more abusive of these things, as we got more and more problems.
I'm sorry, I just chuckled because if based on TV, it's like, of course you knew the difference. The good guy had the white hat, and the bad guy had the black hat.
And the black hat, yeah. But the point is, like, it was, like you had, you have more and more people abusing this privilege or this right,
And as a result, we had to say, okay, we can't trust everyone with this unlimited freedom, because as a result, like it's causing too much. Like there's people who think, oh, well, random needless death is a small price to pay to preserve freedom. It's like, that is a mindset that is terrible. Like, it's like, I think needless death should be inexcusable. Even one needless death is inexcusable.
Yeah.
But the problem is, because people are irresponsible, we have to have these laws. What happens when we have these laws? It ruins it for the rest of us.
Yep.
Because
Well,
people are.
It goes back to the whole DMA thing, right?
Yeah.
The whole thing started with him trying to stop people from getting pulled over for speeding in Sheridan, and it's like,
don't speed.
Right, exactly.
But he thinks that speeding shouldn't be a crime. It's like, if you think that's the case, then go freaking live in Europe. In Germany, they got the Autobahn. They don't have speed limits, and it
Right.
works for them. It wouldn't work
That's
here.
just that one street. That's just the Autobahn. It's
Yeah.
not Germany in general. There's no speed limits. All you have to do is go back. You could find old footage of what traffic was like before they came up with traffic laws, and you can see why they invented traffic laws. It was chaos. People running over each other, smashing each other. It was horrible.
Well, cars were
And
also a
you
lot
look at
slower back
whatever-
then, but
Well, yeah, and even then it was dangerous and deadly. So imagine now it's even worse.
yeah, they don't understand that. It's like there are laws in place, and we had to put those laws in place because people were acting reckless and stupid and ruined it for everybody.
Exactly.
And that's what I'm saying. Like here we say, oh, we have a right to film our public servants in the course of their duty. Yeah, we do. But if you start acting like dicks doing it, at some point, the society and the government's going to question, should we really make this an unlimited freedom or an unlimited right? Maybe it's time we put some rules in.
Right.
And then, and that's the problem. I mean, everyone loves to throw around that quote. I think Ben Franklin said it or something where for security, like, should never come at the cost of freedom. It's like, or something like that. I don't know it.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But it's like they throw,
use it all the time.
yeah, they use it all the time. Yet they don't realize what it really means. It's like, if you make something unsecure enough, people are going to be willing to pay that price.
Right.
That's the point. Like, if my favorite thing is when they say, oh, we're stress testing the First Amendment. They don't know what stress testing is. Stress testing means you push something to the point where it breaks. And when you know what it takes to make it break, you redesign it so that it doesn't break.
Right.
And that's the point. So if they break the First Amendment, we're going to have to fix it so it can't be broken again. And that will mean that we're going to lose something in the process.
And that's kind of what they're doing. That's the way I look at it. Like, they're breaking it because they're causing all these new laws to be enacted to counteract all their stupidity.
It's like, do we really need to have it in writing to not act like a dick?
Right.
Like, I mean, that should be a prerequisite. That should be something your freaking parents teach you from a young age.
Yes.
Don't be a dick. Like, do we really have to introduce the "Don't be a dick" act?
I'm telling you. And then, but again, right? You put a sign up telling them not to do something, they're going to say
unconstitutional.
that sign doesn't count. You don't put a sign up. Well, how come there's no sign?
Yep.
Well, by the way, I should point this out. Every time an auditor ever says something's unconstitutional, my answer to that should be, well, good for you. It doesn't mean jack, because you could say it is, but the only time something is or isn't is when a judge rules that it is.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're not a judge. So that's my same answer for, oh, you tell that to the judge. I want to see a cop ask, are you a judge? So there's like, no, like then fuck off. It's like I can not tell you because you're not a judge. It's like become a judge. Then I'll give you, then I'll tell you my name and or state my name for the record. But otherwise, look at my name tag like everybody else. Troglodyte, seriously.
Right. So Logan Sandman pulled through. Ben Franklin said those who give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety.
So if you increase the need for that safety, people are going to be willing to pay it. That's the point. Like, you're going to make people think, oh, this is a bit too much. It's like, I mean, like I said, I don't want to get political again, but when the whole thing with January 6th happened, what do you want to bet that they didn't exactly have that building open to tourists the next day?
Right.
They probably didn't for a while. Well,
Yeah.
what if it was so bad at one point they decided to make that permanent? They said, you know what? No civilians are allowed inside the Capitol building. And at the time, it would make sense. It would say, okay, that makes perfect sense because there was a horrible incident there, Like, we would think it's okay. But in the long run, we realize, oh wait, we just gave up a freedom to go to the highest levels of government. Like we can't physically go there anymore. So they could do whatever they want behind closed doors. It's like it's ridiculous. Like these guys are going to break the very thing they're trying to save.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And the thing is, I don't even believe they're trying to save it. They're just, because the minute their channel gets demonetized, they're gone.
Yeah, they're just faffing about.
It's just for the money, and just like Bay Area Transparency, when he thought he got demonetized, he just stopped. That was it. He was done.
Yep.
And people were mad. They're like, "But I thought you really cared. I thought you wanted to fight for this." And he was just like, "Whatever."
I say that to everybody who's ever gotten a charge dismissed or got a settlement. I tell them like, well, you were willing to abandon this pretty quickly. It's like, you should insist that the judge does not dismiss the case because you're not making new case law. Oh, they offered you settlement. Why did you take it? You should have said like, no, I want to go to trial. I want to establish case law. I want to change these laws, because by accepting a settlement or by allowing the case to just be dismissed, like think about it. If they file a motion to dismiss, well, that just means that you want to just give up the fight. You want to walk away from this. It's like you're not establishing precedent, which means the next time someone does the exact same thing as you, they'll be right back where you were. Like the same thing's going to happen tomorrow. If you really want to change, you go all the way to the end. You wait for a ruling or a verdict.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I call bullshit on all these frauditors. And one of the reasons I call them frauditors, because I don't believe for a second that they're trying to make any change except to get more cash in their pocket.
Yeah, I mean, here's a great example. I have to look up the case when Rosa Parks got arrested for what she did, but did her attorney, file for dismissal, and all that stuff? Like, I want to know, did they? I mean, if they did, okay, fine, but I mean, that's a given. No. But the idea is, no, they wanted to push this all the way to the end and get legislation to say you cannot segregate on buses anymore. Like, they were willing to go all the way. Like, they didn't take settlements, they didn't take whatever. It's like, no, they committed to the fight. They did it. Yep. These guys don't. That's how you know they're full of crap.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that is absolutely true. Like, but I noticed, I want to address a couple things that came up in the chat when we were having the Ben Franklin discussion. Someone mentioned, well, yeah, you can take, Ben Franklin's advice, but you could also remember that he was a guy who spent all of his time in Europe with whores. So there's that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And also,
I mean, there's a reason they put him on the $100 bill, because that way when you're doing the making it rain,
right. And then what I was going to say is, he discovered electricity to figure out how to put it into a taser through to it.
Yeah, that's good.
Anyway, let's go ahead and finish this up, and then we'll move on. From there, we got a little bit more of Taco Terryism.
Yeah, we'll finish this one up.
Yeah, I saw this on Frauditors. He started singing at one point, so just warning everyone.
Oh yeah.
Well, maybe I shouldn't play it then.
Well, no, we can skip ahead a little bit to when he gets busted.
When he turns the camera around to himself and he's smiling ear like he's this big entertainer, that's when you can mute it because he's about to singing.
No, that works too.
All right.
Information so I can follow those charges accordingly for the assault and simple battery that occurred on me.
Information so I can file these charges accordingly. It's like, I swear, it's like, it sounds like he's permanently on the toilet trying to push something out.
Oh God! Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that part.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Is there a Taylor Swift song? I mean, she must be so upset. Lord, help me.
So I'm gonna play. We're just gonna keep it playing for a minute because he doesn't really do anything. Yeah, see, this is the part we want to miss anyway.
No, there he is.
Hey, look at his face. I just want to smack it.
Yeah, sorry, that's not how a real assault victim would be acting.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at him. Somebody once commented that I always have a song in my heart.
I always have a song in my heart.
I always have a song in my heart.
Always singing, bopping to something.
You see that?
Y'all know I don't ever let this shit get me down.
See it?
We're gonna get the car blast Taylor Swift on the way home. Tommy Grams, what up, brother? Yeah, we good out here. We're good. I came out to drop off some paperwork, and the doctor attacked me and grabbed my camera, and then attempted to play the victim.
No, you're the one who's attempting to play victim.
Yeah.
Look, that guy's a doctor. Okay, he could break every bone in your body while naming
Y'all
them.
were like quoting out like HIPAA violations out
Yeah,
here.
he
Like,
touched his
I have
camera.
some obligation, like I'm a healthcare worker, to like
Oh,
follow some HIPAA guidelines or
I
something.
hate
I'm just a
that. I hate
private
that.
citizen.
Again,
I
he's
don't have
just
any obligation.
bubbling nonsense, so I'm going to turn it down and
Yeah.
talk over it with you guys. That's another thing that drives me so absolutely insane with these idiots is it's like, well, I can't violate HIPAA. It's your job to keep this stuff private. Right.
Yeah,
That's what
why
they're
we're
doing.
That's why they're telling you not to film, douche
Exactly. That's why they're telling you to get out, you moron.
Yes, we know very well.
Now,
what
who,
Savant is,
I'm trying
and
to remember
it
who's the
certainly
idiot who keeps
doesn't
saying, "Oh, I have a
refer to
HIPAA filter on my
guy
camera."
that
Like there is
constantly
no
gets
such
himself
freaking
arrested
thing.
and
I thought that was Taco Terry. I could be wrong.
No, it wasn't Taco Terry. It was someone who's running around with Rogue Nation. That's why. That's why I said he's more of a clown now.
Like somebody that would
Maybe the guy who always hangs out with Rogue Nation is Rights Crispy.
great expertise.
That could be that one.
In like a certain area.
I know what
Or
you're talking
I think
about.
it was a woman actually. It's either a woman or a guy with long hair.
Somebody that would have.
I remember specifically someone's name because there's this such thing as a HEPA, H-E-P-A filter.
Every image or
Yeah, but a HEPA filter doesn't go on a camera.
Savant, S-A-V-A-N-T.
Stranger, a lot of people are saying it's
Lana,
Lana.
yeah.
It's somebody who like.
Yep, everyone's saying it's Lana.
Like.
Yeah, it's like.
In like a certain.
It proves my point, like that they're being stupid. It's like, oh, J-Town Press says that too. Yeah, it's like it just shows just how you're not taking this seriously.
Number it is divided by whatever, and they tell you on the spot, and then they'll tell you that they see the answer almost as like a layout.
It's hard to take it seriously. Like when you listen to the arguments these guys make and what they're doing, it's like.
Well, he's rambling about savants right now. It's like a savant is someone who can somehow see things clearly. Yeah, I watch your videos. I can see clearly you're a dumbass. Does that make me a savant?
That was kind of my like argument to it all.
Well, at times like this are the perfect time for me to say.
I just need that guy's information. Oh, well, that wasn't for you.
So it's Dr. Polsky.
Well, the paperwork wasn't for you. Why do you have a copy of mine?
Dr. Polsky.
Polsky? Okay. And his birth date and his address? I need all of that information to file. You know I need that information.
No, you're not giving it.
Commissioner's office. Okay, well, we're gonna have to go get that because he's.
No, we're not.
Evidence of him.
He's such a rude, obnoxious bastard.
Like you're not getting what you want, buddy.
Nope.
So
this ain't Burger King. You don't get it your way.
Dereliction of duty, but sir, you were the law enforcement officer.
Yeah, dereliction my ass.
Obligated to give it to you. Sir, he committed a crime. He committed a crime.
Committed a crime.
You witnessed. You have the legal obligation. You did. I just showed you. I showed you
a
evidence.
video. The guy
You witnessed it on
touched
video,
my
right?
camera.
You didn't see it? I didn't show you my video.
You not take action
No, see, this is important. Like he's telling them, like I watched the video and what I saw does not constitute assault. It's his job as a police officer to judge whether or not something is an assault before arresting someone. If he arrests someone for something that was not assault, it's his ass.
Mm-hmm. But then Taco Terry's trying to say, "You're not Judge and Jerry. You don't decide that. I do."
It's like, but then, like, if he went and arrested that guy, that guy could sue the police department for an unlawful arrest.
Legally obligated to give his information and give it to me. I don't. I need his birthday and his address.
There is no
I need his birthday.
expectation of privacy.
You can go get it by legally IDing him because he committed a crime.
You think he did? I don't think he did.
See, I love that. You think he did.
Anyway, listen, I got a $9.99 super sticker from George Stewart.
Yay!
George, your name is entered into the list. And again, just in case, because it's been a while, and I know there's some people here that weren't here earlier last time I talked about it. So let me remind everyone that throughout this entire month, any donation to the channel in any amount automatically gets your name entered into a contest where you could win. The grand prize is going to be, we just found out today, it's going to include a Frauditor voodoo doll. Which, yes, indeed, which is a big deal because it's handmade. They're individually numbered now. There's a number written on the bottom of the foot. It's got the taser and the gavel and the soap. They got not rotten teeth He's got his little phone there filming the police, his fake press pass, his tiny black little heart, handcuffs, and his shoes are untied because he's too stupid to learn how to tie his own shoes. And also, the grand prize will also include a full set of all 110 Idiot versus Hero cards. It's a card game I invented that has like the Frauditors, there's Rights Crispy, and there's PayPal Patrick, and all the different Frauditor cards. And I also have the Hero cards, which include Tones Overthinks It, Frauditor News Network. I have cards for both of them. Here's a Triggered Limey card for an example.
You never showed the Glen Serio butt crack one.
Oh, the Glen Serio butt crack card? Hold on.
Then I think you should make we want to make it a scratch and sniff.
Version of the Glen Serio. Yeah. Hold on. Here's we have this guest coming up next week, Mark Stout. I got my Mark
Yay!
I got two of them. This is the legalized drug cards, which is an idiot card. But I also have there's DMA, delete laws, Ty from CH and Ty audits. Oh my goodness.
Uncle Arty.
Oh, what did Uncle Arty? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yay! What we got here from Uncle Arty? Triple Cat gets the vote and says you suck because you don't have me as a guest or play my commercials. I challenge you. Yeah, he has my cards. He just got them, so he wants me and him to have a live stream where we play against each other on the cards, which actually would be awesome. Society Red is the Glen card of Snatch and Sniff. Well, that's the point. I have a card. I was just looking for it. It's the Glen Serio's butt card. We wanted to make a special edition Scratch and Sniff version of that. Right now, we do have a special edition Schrodinger's cat card coming in. That's going to be a limited edition, individually numbered hollow foil card. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of great stuff. So thank you guys for your support. Uncle Arty, now you get your added to the list as well. And since you already have cards, if you win, I won't give you any because you already got them.
Hezekiah, I should point out that I would not make a scratch and sniff version of the Glen Serio card because I believe the Geneva Convention has laws against the trafficking of biological weapons.
Yes. One of the things that I've been looking into as well, and since you're here, Tones, and I just thought of it, who's in the hero deck? You are. I got Uncle Arty in the hero deck. I got Tones. I got Script Cat. I got Frauditor News Network. I have Schrodinger's cat. Let's see who else. I have Judge Hurley. I have P. Barnes. A lot of people right here. Here's my Blue Bear card. He's in the hero deck. Script Cat again. Let's see. There's so many of them. Like I said, there's 110 cards total. I don't have the full set in front of me right now. There's the Tones Overthinks It card. Tones has his own card. Yeah. NC Terror Hunter. There's the Glen Serio card, but it's not his butt. It's just Glen. And then here's the David Earl Warden card. I'll read you his card. It says, News Now Houston. David Earl Warden is a convicted rapist, lifetime registered sex offender, twice convicted felon, sociopath, and is allegedly sexually abusing his own daughter. Use this card as toilet paper. The Frauditor Brain card is a picture of a peanut, because that's a Frauditor Brain. Then there's the Magic Words card, which says there's no expectation of privacy in public. So yeah, and then again, earlier I dropped them on the floor, so I have to pick those up to find out more. So Crippled Cat. Oh, I get it. Uncle Arty's saying to put Crippled Cat in the list instead of him. He's buying her an entry into the contest. Yay! All right. We appreciate the generosity. Thank you very, very much. But anyway, let's get back to the video.
I showed you that he did. I showed you that he did.
I saw a man.
It's not for you to agree at.
It's
not for you to agree with, sir. You're not judge and jury. It's not for you to agree with. It's for you to go do your job that you're legally obligated to do.
You're still videotaping in a restricted area.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Mr. Smartass over here thinks he knows everything and that he's not recording in a restricted area. Well, I wonder what the judge had to say about that. Oh, yeah, that's right. We are about to find out in just a couple minutes.
You're not videotaping.
I'm not videotaping in a restricted area.
Yes.
No.
Sorry, can you read Blackheart Knight's card? He wants to know what his powers are listed as.
Oh, hold on. Let me find it. Hold on. I'll bring it up in a minute.
I was gonna say, at some point you'll have to have a Radical card with the facepalm cannon.
I have a Radical card, but I need a facepalm cannon. Will be because I have a Radical card. I have a Campfire Roast card, and I have a Radical card. So I have to add the face cannon for the hand cannon will be in series 2.
No. So I need his information.
Stop videotaping in a restricted area.
I'm not in a restricted area, sir.
You are.
I'm in the entranceway of a public lobby.
Correct, which is identified by signage that says there's no videotaping.
Is there some sort of law that goes around with that signage, or they just put a sign up there? Because I got a sign that says you owe me $10 every time you guys don't do your job. Is somebody going to pull out $60 and hand it to me right now? No.
So what's going to happen is we're not going to keep going.
I know you're going to do your job and provide me with the information.
Do you know one has a kind of read it?
Earlier, we went around for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And we finally allowed you to
give me a chance to pull it up.
Well, you're saying allowed, like I need your permission to do my legal and lawful business. I don't need your permission to do my legal and lawful business, sir.
To allow you.
You don't have to allow me to do anything. It's my legal and lawful business. I don't need
entitlement.
to do it.
Took the paperwork from you.
Absolutely, they did. They also assaulted me.
And then you left. So you have information you need. That
I don't.
You have enough.
I don't.
To go.
No.
File charges.
I don't. I don't have his birthday.
Nope. The image is frozen.
No, I don't, sir.
Yeah, that was Taco Terry's problem.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm being asked.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Actual.
I'm being asked. So that's a request, and I have the right to respectfully decline it.
So if you don't leave, you do know that is trespassing.
No, I don't, because this is a public agency, and I have legal and lawful business.
You do know the laws regarding a public agency, and now you have no lawful business here.
I do have legal and lawful business. I do.
So. Are you going to leave?
Well, hold on now. Are you trying to say that before this moment that I did? So are you saying that you were lying earlier that I was in violation and that I did have legal and lawful business earlier?
Was not lying earlier.
Are you saying earlier that you were lying by saying I didn't have legal and lawful business? You don't decide when my business is concluded. You don't decide when my business is concluded, sir.
Actually, they can.
You don't decide when my business is concluded.
Are you going to leave? Are you going to stop filming and leave?
I don't answer questions, brother.
Okay.
So see, that's when he ran out of things to argue with, and he got arrested.
Yeah.
I'm asking you to do stop filming and leave.
And I'm asking you to provide the proper information that I can file for.
Let's go put your hands on the back.
Okay.
So as you guys can see here, we are indeed dealing with Taco Terry, Terrence Albert Tracy, aka Terrence Albert Falter. Now let's move on with the charges. All right, so you're gonna see what's really hilarious is that
Falter.
Well, anyway, he gets.
He has two last names. I don't understand. He has two last names.
Well, hey, one of them's Falter. How fitting.
But anyway, I wanted to show the Blackheart Knight card because he was asking about it, and he's in the chat. And he's
Well,
gonna be
now I'm not sure if he wanted to buy one. I'm not sure if he wanted you to read it.
Well, he said he wanted to know what powers he had.
Well, he has the
He wanted
power
to buy one
of
to find out.
commentary. Hello? What?
Sorry.
He has the power of corrosive commentary. And his description of it is where was it? Oh my goodness gracious me. I lost my
Well, it's still on our screen. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
It says firmly wielded sarcastic commentary dissolves idiots like hydrochloric acid. That's his power. All right.
Nice.
That's the Blackheart Knight card. So yeah, Blackheart's going to be our guest coming up real soon on
Yay!
April
3rd.
All right. Thanks.
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I had to pull up the electronic version of it just because I don't have all of them just right here. I just got this pile of ones that I use as an example. So what's
up? Just say like with what Taco Terry and the whole like, oh, I'm requesting, I respectfully deny. Okay, let's get one thing straight. Like, well, we all know this, but frauditors don't get this. when they make a request or ask you to leave, the point is they are giving you the opportunity to walk out of there of your own accord and not face any consequences. They're giving you the chance to not be charged and arrested.
They're doing you a favor. Yep.
Yeah, they don't have to, but they are asking you. They're giving you the opportunity to do it. And if you say, well, I respectfully decline, well, that means that you are now accepting the legal consequences that you breaking the law. You're practically admitting, no, I seek the desire to break the law.
Yep.
They don't think that way.
Yeah, exactly. Because the concept of common courtesy is alien to them. Like they ask you to, or they request you to do something just as a human courtesy. They don't have to, but they do. And because of people like this, they're going to require that we be more straightforward. And now they won't ask, there could come a day where they don't ask. And they say, well, nobody asked me to leave. Well, we used to ask people, but then we got tired of them respectfully declining. So now we don't ask. We just skip straight to you're doing something, we're kicking you out.
And you know what I always wonder, all these new frauditors and all these old frauditors that, come around, why do they look like they've been homeless their entire lives? Like they've never showered, they've never changed their clothes, they never brushed their teeth.
They don't care.
They look so disgusting, and the new frauditors look worse than the previous ones. You never, ever see someone that looks like decent, that looks like, oh yeah, he could be, a professional auditor. They always look like the worst of the worst.
To be fair, I've, I don't know, maybe it's because I've seen some of the live streams or some of the stuff that Long Island Audits has done. He doesn't look necessarily as disheveled. So I will give credit where it's due.
You're right.
I mean, he was the only auditor I was willing to challenge to a debate. I even emailed him and asked him, and he said he'd get back to me after he posted all the videos about his trial. Then he never did. He just started ghosting me, and then he started acting like a buffoon in his videos. But he was the only one I would have been willing to debate because I figured, okay, he's the one who's not going to devolve into petty insults and yelling and cursing. Like I figured I could have a genuine, mature conversation with him, and I could actually challenge his points. I was ready to go. I'd done all my research. I was ready to do it. All I'd get him to agree to was a time, and even say, look, we could film this without a live audience, and then we could each get a recording and do with what we will.
Mm-hmm.
I would even ask for a third party to come moderate. I would have asked Kick to do it, not so much as to keep him in check, but to keep me from losing my shit. So I was willing to give him all that, and he pussed out.
Because he knows he'd lose.
Well, when he was on Johnny O's, I wasn't afraid to put his feet to the fire in the comments section. And that was a taste of what was coming. That I was going to say, no, I'm going to genuinely ask you because I would ask him like, okay, so you're saying your freedom of the press begins and ends with a camera. Like really? Like, you couldn't still gather information for news purposes with a pen and a pad of paper?
Yep.
Because they do it in courtrooms all the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
People, I mean, they draw, but you could write down notes. You could ask questions. You could communicate via phone or email. Like you could gather information. The camera is not the sole form of news collection. In fact, if we were to stick to what the founding fathers intended, you'd only be news with a printing press. That's it. That was your sole means of disseminating information. Was just to be able to mass print a periodical or newspaper. That was it. The camera was invented long after freedom of the press was established. How did freedom of the press survive before the advent of cameras? How long did it survive before video cameras became no longer a commodity that only the rich could afford?
Yep, that's exactly right.
Yeah, mm-hmm. I would, and he wouldn't have an answer to that. I'm sure he wouldn't be able to because it's like,
oh no, this is one of the reasons why, like, I've kind of, because if you go back on my channel and you look, like, I was doing my parody videos, then I started doing some stuff, and then I had Direct D on as a guest, and I had Rogue Nation on as a guest, and I was talking to these people, but it didn't take me long to realize that you can't talk to them, any of them. Because no matter what you say, they talk to us the same way they talk to the cops or the judges or whatever, with these circular, nonsensical arguments. And no matter what facts you state, they're just not going to accept them.
Yeah, it's like trying to debate a flat earther or a sovereign citizen. They are not going to bend, or like you could give them all the information that proves they're wrong, and they're gonna. I mean, Kfar says it best. You're playing chess with a pigeon. He's gonna knock over the pieces, shit all over the board, and then strut away, acting like he won.
I like that. That's
It's
great.
the truth. It's like Chili's breakdown of his arrest is so ridiculous. Like he's talking about how, oh, I could have clobbered this guy. I could have done that, but you didn't. But he thinks that he treats this like he somehow won.
Did you see my video of his arrest?
I know. I have to go back and look at that. There were so many of them out there. I gotta check yours.
I got $5 from James C. What's up? I used to think like a frauditor after falsely arrested. It took years to get over it. I would love to share how I escaped that. Well, you know what? And that's exactly it. I think a lot of us have had bad interactions with cops, but ultimately, it comes down to the situation, having situational awareness. Like you're saying, in your situation, you're saying you were falsely arrested. Yeah, I've had situations where I've dealt with cops where they gave me a hard time for something I didn't do, but you look at the situation you were in, you don't take it as all of, because what's the difference between that and racism, right? Somebody gets their car stolen. The person who stole it happens to be someone of a certain race. Now, everyone in that race is horrible and a thief. Everyone who's a cop is bad because one cop treated you wrong. That's right.
Yeah, it's exactly. I mean, and I remember having to explain this to Broken Sister Broken Trust once. It's like, I've had encounters with police. I've been pulled over at least 12 times in my life. And out of those 12 times, how many times did I get a ticket? Only twice. And of those other 10 times I was pulled over, on one of them, the cop was, a little bit short with me, but I think it's because at the time of the vehicle I was driving and my age, he probably just was geared up, ready for an argument with some young, hothead, when I in fact was like, oh, I don't have you don't have a front license plate. It's right here on the passenger seat. I'm driving to that dealership right over there. It's a small town, but it's like, yeah, see that one down at the end of the road? I'm driving to them now to have them screw it on after I found out it's required by California law to have it. He goes, well, you have an aftermarket exhaust. Like, I had the guys tighten it to the maximum so it's the quietest it could be. When I go there, I'll have them adjust it if possible. So it's like he couldn't give anything, to me. So he just let me go. But it's like, did that leave a bad taste in my mouth against all cops? No, because I've met a few that were really nice.
Oh yeah.
I was driving late home from work and I kind of drifted into the shoulder, so they pulled me over and they said that's why they did it. And they said, have you been, they recognized the outfit I was wearing because it was a known, like a place, like a food place. They said, oh, you work there? It's like, yeah. I goes like, yeah, I just got off work. He says, have you been drinking tonight? I says, no, but after a day like today, when I get home, I might enjoy a nightcap. And that made they got a chuckle out of that. So it's like, it's like they're just doing their job. And then, of course, the greatest story ever that I've told time and again was a traffic court story where when I got pulled over, I had no problem with the cop because this was a mistake. I went over a blind hill and the school bus had arrived on the other side of the intersection and deployed its stop sign. And I'm coming over a blind hill going at 45 miles an hour, the speed limit. I have less than 20 feet to come to a stop, and the light's still green, so I can't stop in the intersection. So myself and another car passed the bus. Well, the officer, who was parked right around the corner, pulled us both over. Did he probably anticipate it? He probably did. But that doesn't matter. I get my ticket. It's like a $600 fine. It's like, yikes. I didn't make a lot of money at the time, so I went to traffic court, and I'm waiting my turn. I hear all these cases. Driving with suspended license, running a red light, speeding, and I'm hearing $150 fine, $75 fine, $200 fine. It's like, wow, these are pretty low fines for things that seem more serious, but okay. And then when it came to my turn, the judge says, oh, so-and-so, on this date, blah, 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 I've been charged with failing to yield to a school bus or whatever. And, they asked me whatever I wanted to do about it. And I said, well, Your Honor, I do acknowledge what happened. I accept responsibility. Is there any way I can get a reduction in the fine or some kind of payment plan? As I do, work only part-time. And to be perfectly honest, based on what I've heard today, it sounds like it would have been a lot cheaper had I been speeding through a red light with pot in the back seat and a suspended license. she laughed, the bailiff laughed, the whole courtroom erupted in laughter. And then the judge explained that, well, yeah, lower fines does mean points on your license, so it's actually more severe than it sounds. I may have the highest fine, but I don't get any points on my license. And she cut my fine in half, and I was able to pay it off in installments.
Nice.
It's like the way I see it, like, hey, I made the judge laugh, and she worked with me.
That sounds good to me.
You didn't run up to her and go, "You tyrant! You tyrant!"
Exactly. I didn't act like a dick. I mean, and like I said, I made her laugh. I mean, bear in mind, I practically insulted all the people who were guilty of all those other crimes by saying, "Oh, it sounds like it'd been cheaper if I'd been doing that." But everyone thought it was funny. It's like it was all good. It was all good. So
good fun.
Yeah. How come I can have a good relationship with law enforcement despite being inconvenienced, but these guys can't?
Oh, because they're scumbags and douche canoes and
Exactly.
butterbrain douche canoes. Anyway, listen, we got $10 from Joshua Lee. Woo! Who says that he's kind of concerned because during the whole stream, Pleasanton hasn't turned the page yet.
He's reading the same page.
Okay, I haven't animated that yet. I'm not that good.
And then we got $5 from Stranger, who says it was his oldest brother's funeral today. Half a bottle of Jack.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Our condolences.
He's finally getting cheered up. Well, we're here to have fun, so hopefully you'll feel better. Sorry to hear that.
Really sorry. That's
I don't
really
have a
sad.
sad noise, just funny noises, so I won't use any. Thank you anyway for the $5, Owen. You are entered into the contest for this month, and we got another $5 from James C. That's right. He says when he was arrested for a DUI with 1 year sober while a student.
23 years. Well, congratulations.
Hey, congratulations, man. Good for you.
That's awesome.
That is great. That's great. See, and counseling helped. Yes. Yeah. See, that's the thing too. I have seen a lot of people talk about this, but unfortunately not enough. But like, just for example, we were saying like, got in trouble or whatever, but then with the counseling and all that, it helped them out. There are so many situations, especially like when you look at really, really bad high crime areas and you actually talk to them, a lot of those people want more cops around because they don't feel safe walking down the street in their own neighborhood,
Mm-hmm.
It's always the people like, I mean, when you listen to someone like Here's the Deal or Paul Enslaved talk, it's so blatantly obvious that they're not from the inner city, right? Because they have like this belief system that, oh, well, if they took away all laws, everything would be fine and everyone would just be cool. Oh, you think so? You don't think that if you have something that somebody else wants, that somebody else isn't going to come take it? Oh, well, I'll just stop them. I'll shoot them. Okay, well, what if there's 50 of him? What if there's 600 of him? What if their guns are bigger? Everyone's just going to take whatever they want, and it's going to be hell, and it's going to be chaos, and it's going to suck.
Exactly.
But at least there won't be any rules, so we'll be free. Go live on an island. Go to Montana and find the woods or something. These people with their stupidity. There was something going on in the chat too. I don't know what's. Sorry, just I try to maintain a fun attitude here. Laughs.
I love when you do that.
Hey, this has been fun. Although I don't want to be a party pooper, but I mean, what would be that? Like 4 hours? Like I'm starting to
wrap it up.
Yeah, I'm starting to reach that burnout point. It's been a delight. I could do this all day, to be honest. But
hey,
but I'm enjoying this.
Maybe you could come back sometime.
Oh, absolutely, man.
Yay!
Like I said, I'm trying to branch out. I mean, it'll be a while before I'm hosting my own streams again, but it's fun to be with other people because then there's other people there who can kind of keep me in check. That way, if I start saying something I shouldn't be, at least someone could tell me.
Yes, indeed. Well, excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming. We're glad you had a good time because me and Cupcake, our whole thing is we want our guests to enjoy. We want
absolutely
Frauditor News Network Saturday show to be something that our people want to be a guest on our show because they know it's a fun show to be on.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, before I forget, Hezekiah, I'm going to say this again. We need to come up with a name.
Well, I mean, I got the HEZ and FFN present. and then Tones Overthinks It, or whoever the guest is that week, and then hashtag Rash Snafu live. That's the Saturday night anti-frauditor university thing.
That's not. I like Snafu.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's actually a great acronym.
yeah, that's what it says in the description right now.
Oh, okay. So you have a name I didn't know about. Okay.
Yes, that's what I'm.
Oh
calling
yeah,
it.
now I see it. Yeah, Snafu. I love it.
Yeah. Right, well, anyway, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Hey,
No,
not
thank
a
you for
problem.
coming. Another
$5,
Billy Yank,
Billy
$5. Yeah, I totally agree with Billy Yank. I love the way he analyzes his videos.
Yes,
I'm glad you guys like it. I mean, it keeps me going. You know, I hope I can keep doing this for as long as. I mean, I'm only a part timer, but I hope I can keep it up. You know, keep things going. And even if I can't talk about frauditors anymore, I'll try to find something else to keep you all amused.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a part-timer too, and I know I work a full-time job, and I have an hour commute in the morning, an hour commute at night. Yeah,
Yep,
so
that's me.
so I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, I live in the middle of freaking nowhere, so where my job is so far away.
Right.
Yeah, mine is too.
Right. Well, it is it is a lot, but again, I'm just glad that you're here. We're gonna start wrapping it up then. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Tones. It's been awesome.
Another round of applause for Tones. Applause for Tones.
Thank you. And Feathington says thank you too.
Yes, thank you, Feathington.
And I want to be one of the first people to buy your Fez for Friends shirt.
Yeah, I gotta work. I gotta pick a time to work on that. I got to figure out how to make it look, but I'll get to it.
Okay, no rush. Just so you know, you definitely have one person very, very, very interested in buying one.
Sweet.
Yes, awesome.
Thank you.
And then, you're welcome. Also, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you, everyone. Love you all.
Thank you all.
Yes, a round of applause for Frauditor News Network.
Yay, me.
All right. Thank you guys. And don't forget, again, next week, our guest is going to be
Mark Stout.
Mark Stout. That's right. The Frauditors exposed himself. Mark Stout. And then the week after that, on April Fool's Day, our guest is going to be the one and only Blackheart Knight.
Yeah. All right, Blackheart Night. Woohoo.
Yep. And then once again on April 8th, we're going to have Big West himself.
Yeah.
Woo! April 15th, right after Tax Day, we're going to have Frauditor Reaper.
Frauditor Reaper. Yay.
April 22nd, ladies and gentlemen.
The big one. One of the best. Unclean hands. I can't believe you got to say yes. I don't want to jinx it.
And on the 29th, K-Far is going to be here, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
All right. So, thank you all once again for joining us.
Wait, you forgot one.
Who did what? What? I
You forgot
one.
May.
Oh,
You
well, no,
forgot
I'm saying in May we're going to have Vilified Freedom.
Yeah.
Don't have the date finalized yet. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you all. Well, for those of you who want to come and see me during the day, Monday through Friday, I'm on at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, and every Saturday night at 5 p.m. the Frauditor News Network. Thanking our guest Tone once again, and
thank you, Tone, for coming. Thank you. Great.
Yeah, my pleasure. Take care, everybody.